as I was reading it, I thought, oh, I need to talk to the guys about this because it's moral inflation. I just had never heard of that phrasing before. Have you?
I can't say that I have. It's like anti-Semitism, right? If everything is anti-Semitism, then nothing is anti-Semitism. Like, it has to mean something. It has to be, well, no, it wasn't. Right? Or like, oh, you were mean to me this one time, that's an act of violence. It's like, no, it's not. Right? Saying that you suck, it has to feel good.
Right, yeah, and that's actually, if we, because I do think that there can be some abuse where somebody says you're a piece of shit. That isn't bullying. Right? Bullying is a specific thing. But people go, oh, that person bullied me. Well, no, they didn't, right? Anyway, I just thought it was interesting because I think we all know the concept. I just hadn't heard the phrasing. And yeah, it kind of made sense. So, Jamesy, have you heard of that?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with, but conceptually, like I'm vibing with what you're throwing down. This at the height of Me Too, there was this thing where they were talking about, the rape rates, and then like tagging on at the end in kind of a different, faster tone, like the end of the prescription commercial, more sexually assaulted, and like sexual assault is such a white net that like, I don't know, man, like it's just kind of crazy to do the equivocation thing. And like the violence thing, like I remember having this conversation with some people from the temple. They tried to say that the world isn't less violent. It's just that the violence has changed. And like it took a lot of prodding for them to finally disclose that what they were talking about was this kind of words or violence idea, which like I'm amenable to that idea, but like it's pretty obvious that you're couching something, like the amount of deception involved in that cell line just kind of invalidates the message that you're trying to get across.
Anyway, but that's interesting. Yeah, I figured we all kind of knew about the concept, and I guess I was thinking of like it's a dilution of meaning. So it took me a while to wrap my head around moral inflation, but then I thought, oh yeah, inflation, where your dollar is worth less, right? So that's kind of how I wrap my head around it. But anyway, okay. I just wanted to, and we didn't have to put a pin in it anymore because we discussed it, but I just thought it was an interesting phrasing that I hadn't heard before. So, okay, I'm going to go back to my and set up the other one, and I'll see you guys over in this.
In, say, the 19th century, do you think it's always been like this? You think they weren't agricultural people who hated the land that they were? Let me ask you, okay, so how is that similar to today? How's that similar to today? How was it? You just said that the diets were the same throughout the South for Black people throughout history. Explain how the diets are the same if the people didn't eat off the land. So they ate what was local, They had rice and West Georgia had potatoes. But yeah, rice with every meal and the vegetables that you had. It was season based. So you ate certain types of food. Come on, Toye. We don't eat season based foods now, Toye. You live in. You go to a fucking grocery store.
I think there's a myth that Black Americans were eating collard greens and macaroni and cheese and rice catfish.
I fucking KFC. The meat intake in 2025, nobody matched in the past.
So can I ask you a question then?
No, go read a fucking book. You cannot ask anything.
I just wanted to point out.
What's happening Negro movement? What do you say, Melissa? Kid runs eating fried catfish and then try to act like he was talking about white people too. Let's get out of here.
You kind of said that Black people were eating differently, like what?
No, I said differently. I'm talking about they were eating.
Like you said, like everybody eats the same thing. Yeah, so white Southerners, white people in Louisiana cook the same foods that the Black people do.
Oh yeah.
But no, you said that you keep saying Black people, and you said, and I'm not paying that much attention to the conversation. But you did say something about white people had better accent.
Doing yoga, that's what I'm doing. It's called stretching, and I'm listening to people talk about nothing, waste all their time. Just listen to what these people are talking about. Think about, is this really necessary conversation? What are they talking about? Is this important? Is there any purpose? Is this how people spend their time talking about nothing? Well, I'm doing yoga while people talk about nothing. I will put on some music though shortly.
They eat the same. You go to a white family in Mississippi, you go to a Black family in Mississippi. We're talking about the Southern first. You know what?
No, that was actually the Black South.
The Black South?
And you from Nebraska?
Never mind.
Nebraska?
Where you from?
The whole point was that if we look as a whole, Black people were healthier because they didn't have access to the amount of meat that we eat or the ultra processed foods. We are eating a much more calorie laden and processed diet. And clearly that is impacting our bodies in lots of different ways, including in birth rates.
And that's how we got to this conversation.
Remember, your mic is. Do you ever look back at pictures of your aunts and uncles or your moms and your grandmas and be like, oh my God, y'all were skinny.
We did that last night.
Everybody's skinny in these pictures. That's very common. They weren't malnourished. They were just thin because they weren't sitting around eating Cheez-It and going to Chick-fil-A 2 times a week.
Yeah, but we're also more sedentary.
Real food back then too.
Yeah, but they were far more active than we are today. That's also, like we talked about this last night. We had a lovely room sharing stories and pictures, and shout out to that, y'all. That was so much fun. Seeing all the beautiful people. Like, we were even sharing how we grew up. We'd be out of the house by 7:30, 8 o'clock. You stayed outside all day. You came in at 12 o'clock for lunch. If you were eating outside, if not, you came in the house, and then you stayed outside even longer. Y'all didn't have to delete his comment about that. That's true. I shared that. My great-grandmother had an outhouse. Not an outhouse like for a bathroom, but the washing machine and the dryer were along the property, the land, because that's where they have food. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, not the food. I'm sorry, y'all. The clothes line was longer. Yeah, so that's what we were saying. Oh, okay, I just want to make sure nobody was deleting it because they thought it was icky. I hate chitterlings, Robert. The only time they would cook chitterlings are on New Year's Day. Yeah, so we stayed outside. But first of all, now you can't do that.
You thought you was the shit.
You thought you were the shit. Nowadays, you can't even do it. Like, kids can't stay outside all goddamn day and you pass out. So, anywho, yeah, but it was I think a lot of my family members back home, they still do chitlins and black eyed peas on New Year's Day. That's like, yeah,
That's a black family ritual.
yeah, they all just random. My grandfather also said keep black eyed peas in your wallet for prosperity. Did anybody else ever do that?
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, men would have black eyed peas in their wallet.
So is it cooked or is it?
No, beans. I'm sorry. They would have beans.
Is it cooked? Is it a cooked one or is it uncooked?
Uncooked. Like
I can see that.
mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, back to the stage.
Good luck.
Stress. Well, not necessarily stress. It can exacerbate it. We're not really going to have this conversation. Why do we have to pick on black people all the time, y'all? Like, can we get... I'm just letting you give a rant. I'm not even giving a rant. Do we have to pick people today so it's Christmas? It's Christmas. Yes, you are. It's Christmas season. Do we have to like people? Goodness gracious. Oh, I don't have that much interest in the conversation. I have to look cute today. So, bye-bye. I'm off to be cute today in honor of the ancestors. One thing we will say about those pictures, y'all, we were sharing pictures. Some people were going back to great. Them motherfuckers put that shit on. They all look the fuck good. I mean, they were laid to nines. So, in honor of that, Sai already put that shit on, but I said I was gonna put that shit on today in honor of the ancestors. So, y'all.
What was your question, Joy? What causes diabetes?
Yes, the question was in relation to food. What causes hypertension and diabetes?
Okay, which one would you like me to do? Those are different conditions. Google.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, we don't know. I'm not a dietitian. If you don't know what causes hypertension in 2025 and you're a college graduate, that's all you know. Well, just make your point. Just make the point you want to make. We all know what causes hypertension. We don't know what causes diabetes. What's your point? Well, by the way, the point you're going to make goes against the argument that you were making earlier. So go ahead and make your point. Go ahead and make your point, bro.
The point was that in relation, I made a point earlier about black people's food in America versus white people's food in America. And we're talking about, like we said, oh, we ate healthier and we ate all these vegetables and they were from the earth, which not disputing that whatsoever, but we're going to act as if there was a higher level of hypertension, significantly higher in diabetes amongst black people than white people in America, so in the 40s all the way.
Yes, I got you. Yes.
So if we're going to have that conversation, right, we're talking about the diets of people in
You're so stupid. Oh my God. So yes, actually, yes, we're going to. But listen to what you're saying. You said you know what hypertension is, and you're limiting it to food in the Jim Crow era. It's just so dumb.
I'm not limiting you to food. We're talking about food. When you brought up about science and vaccines and health things like that, that's a separate conversation. Not just food, but there's also other factors as well too. Correct? Is food not a factor in diabetes?
It is.
Okay,
and I can tell you. Oh my God, because in the past, the foods that cause and contribute to hypertension, you cannot disaggregate from the lifestyle of living under Jim Crow. And that's why I wanted to go to diabetes. So you said, when we make the claim, or you suggested it was the case, that black people had appreciably higher rates of diabetes, I guess you mean type 2, but you didn't say which type, but I guess you mean type 2, than white people. No, we actually get type 2 diabetes. It's inactivity. It's not moving around, exercise. They were farming the land. Alone. So you tell me enslaved persons had more rates of I had 2 diabetes, then the master?
We're not
Doesn't even make any sense.
talking about
Okay, how about this? How about this sharecroppers? Okay, yeah, sharecroppers. Okay, Toye, I got you. Well, to be fair to me, you once said drop. Okay, 1940s and 50s. That's a little bit different. Go ahead.
Yeah, early 20th century data shows similar or slightly lower diagnosed prevalence of black adults.
Of course.
Spikes.
Obviously.
So I actually recently looked this up
You're
because I haven't.
uninformed. And you
But you specifically brought up a year, and we're sticking to that year and forward. Why are we
It's
talking
not 1940s when you see the explosion. I look at this closely because I have a grandmother with diabetes who, sad kidney failure. So we want to see the explosion in the 80s for Black Americans with regard to.
in the 50s and 60s? It was not in the 80s.
You just said 40s earlier. Now you
No, that's the time frame that Maga brought for
No, I said 1840. I said 18. I said 1840. I said 1840.
was the standpoint of other.
No, it wasn't. I said 18. I said 1840s before.
We were never talking about anything moved to
Yes, I was. And then I moved to sharecropping. I wouldn't say 1940s and then move to sharecropping. Toye, come on, bro.
1840 is a crazy time frame to talk about. What are you talking
It's
about?
not. Can I tell you why it's not crazy? Because you said in all of the history of the South. That's why I said in the 1840s. You remember you said throughout Southern history. You said people have eaten the You didn't. You said people have eaten the same. You said people in the South have eaten the same across history. That was your claim 10 minutes ago.
I was talking about what the diets of the black people are in the South.
I know. Throughout history,
I'm talking
they've changed.
Yes, they've evolved within the same food. They're not changing as far as like going from eating beef and chicken to now eating
They didn't eat beef and chicken in the South because they didn't have beef and chicken.
I'm using an example, man. An example.
I know.
You stop being
Okay,
bitch.
I'm talking
about using a food group and changing to a completely different food group.
They had changed to a completely different food group is what I'm telling you. Do you know what the food group is? Beef and chicken.
So which one is healthier, Toye? Less diabetes or more diabetes?
You're telling me the types of protein that
I
black
know
people
which
actually
one is healthier. Less diabetes or
They did not have the proper. Oh my God, Joy, do you not know what happened in the 1840s? You think enslaved persons were getting beef?
I know they were not because they were not getting the beef. They were not
And
getting
I know that. But we're eating it now is the point. So it has changed.
it's just refuting his own argument.
I know it is. And he doesn't even know it because he wants to argue. Yeah, this isn't fun, bro. I don't know why you do this, bro. This is not fun.
What are the proteins, the meat-based proteins that are already over? What?
They got to look at. I'll answer it. It was almost exclusively pork. Yeah, it was a really bad. Be quiet. Let me answer. Tweet, you've never studied slavery. Shut the fuck up, bro. I don't need you to confirm it. You studied slavery?
I have actually.
Oh, like who? Like what historians do you read?
I'm not here to play like.
No, shut the fuck up. I don't need you to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Tweet. Just let me answer the question. Don't interrupt me while I answer the question. You can respond. I don't need you to. Yes, while I'm speaking. I know it very well. And it was usually, if they were lucky, they would get a side of pork, if they were lucky, once or twice a month. It was not a meat-based diet. However, if they were near waterways and they either snuck or their masters allowed it, they might get fish. But they were not eating as a general diet of enslaved persons beef or chicken. You know who else wasn't eating beef or chicken at the time, as a general diet? White people. Beef. So yes, diets have changed. Beef would be a change.
When did people start eating beef in America?
Beef picked up in the late 19th to early 20th century with all the meat packing, mechanized. Just 7 years. Literally, I'm done. You're done. You just gotta go down. You just gotta go down. No, just shut up, bro. I literally said the year. You said what years? It just is fucking dumb. This is not fun. Y'all got it. It's so dumb. I'm tired of talking to dumb black men. I hate who this country has done to black men. It's a fucking travesty.
I was just gonna chime in and say, Kimberly, what you said about the 1980s was correct. Or what I should say is that's what I've seen as well with the advent of junk food. And by the way, in Texas, the highest obesity rates are actually in South Texas, in McAllen and Harlingen, which is 97% Hispanic. That's where we see an explosion of diabetes and other problems.
Yeah, Kimberly, I feel like you're right there, right about to make the point, and you got cut off.
It's fine. Toya hates Black Americans. So.
Put some juice in the chat. It's really bad. Trigger warning.
And Kimberly, what else did your research say about the reasons for the spike in diabetes? I'm very interested in.
Oh, I haven't done any research for real. I'm just, a girl with Google and perplexity. But we're less physical activity and then more access to the processed foods and the high calorie foods. As we move away from living on our own land, and it's like, God is the person. I'm just a girl with some Googles.
Wait a minute. Americans started, beef was a staple of American diet in the 1500s, Toya? Is that what you're saying?
No, America wasn't even a country in the 1500s.
So what are you saying? So what is the point? You brought up 1800s and then people in America started eating in the 1500s.
There was beef eating in America in the 1500s to the Spanish way, to Texas.
There's been beef eating throughout the world, and so we're talking. Toya, I said, you said what a diet is. Not so, for example, I've eaten snail, frog legs. It's not part of my diet. We were talking about the staple diet of enslaved persons and then free black persons in the 18th and 19th century. Just because you eat something once doesn't mean it's part of your diet. Your claim was black people in the South, their staple diet has not changed over time. Has not changed over time. American diets.
It was never my claim.
All right, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. You can change the claim. That's what you said.
That was I made a point. You're doing this.
Wait a minute. So you did say that?
You not see how you conflate different things and how you.
No.
You said my. You said that my point. That was never my point. It was something I made.
I didn't say that was your point. I said you made the claim. And so what I'm telling you is that it has changed, and the spikes in diabetes, not only as a percentage of the black population, but in relation to white Americans, is a new phenomenon. It is not historically stable. You also said
60s and the 50s, y'all bring up 1840s.
It's from the 80s and the 90s, Toya.
It's not from the 80s and the 90s.
How about this? Just give us the data. So neoliberal and cumulative, give us data. Go ahead. It's that easy. Just give us the data. That's all. For those who want to move on, there's other rooms. Y'all can move on to other rooms. This is what we're doing today. You can move on to another room. If you don't like it, there's other rooms. It's free. It's a free app. Move around. Anybody can. You ain't got to stay. It's free rooms. Diabetes really was, type 2 diabetes generally was not a thing in America until recently. I don't think it was a health crisis. I don't know, Kim, you might know better than me. I don't think it was really a health crisis, or neoliberal. It was really a health crisis until what, the 80s, 90s? I know it's exploded in recent years.
I have persistent increases in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Same, late 20th century.
That's what I got too.
Yeah. Joey, where's your evidence? Go ahead.
And let's make sure the claim doesn't change.
But to Moose, a lot of they link it to the explosion of junk food in the 80s. The Doritos, the Capri Suns, all the box things that were given the Lunchables,
Right.
the high salt and sugar content,
Yeah.
and all the sugar
As
cereals.
people get fatter, as people get fatter, they get more diabetes. No shade to the big person.
One of the worst things that we have down here is Takis and hot Cheetos. Apparently, that's just and it's so hot. They put it on sushi down here. They put it on everything. It's fucking horrible for you.
I have breaking news. Disgraced Sex University of Michigan football coach Jerome Moore offered OnlyFans models tickets in exchange for foursome. And this is actually a black woman.
We wrote that this morning. But we
Oh, okay, my bad.
this shit is wild, bro.
Did y'all talk about how this person may or may not have been a woman or not a woman at one point?
We talked about that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joey, do you have the
Okay,
data?
my bad.
Joey, do you have the data?
Yes, I do. Right. Okay. So
What was the rate between blacks and whites in the 50s?
So it shows that there was. Let me see before you real quick. Something said wrong.
Let's get the differential.
So it's about 10 to 18% higher prevalence between black people and white people starting around the 50s and late 50s and 60s. And it says that it became a global health phenomenon in America in the early 60s with the rise of leadership diet and really exposed to refined sugars that started around the 50s and 60s during World War II, post-World War II, obesity rates began rising in the 50s and 60s and became a global health crisis around the 60s. Fact that abuse follows obesity with a lag. It says in the 1960s, diabetes was prevalent, low but rising in the 70s. In the 70s, there was a clear and distinct issue of acceleration, explosive growth. Around the 90s and the 90s and 2000s, the growth became explosive. So, again, like I said before.
So what's the differential between black and white in the 50s? You said 10% more?
It says 10 to 20%.
Okay, what is it now?
Today it's around 11 to 13%.
Okay. So, what is the source?
There's a few different sources that I pulled up here because I read the different articles between me.
Right, because you read the AI overview.
CDC, NIDDK.
So put the article from the, well, I don't know if the CDC would do it, but put that article in.
Yeah, it's different CDCs.
Okay, cool. So based on what you read, there was a change of diet in the 50s and 60s?
Correct, yes. Refined sugars became a really big deal in their diet.
I'm not sure.
So then what was the point when you said that black people have been, when you said that black people in the South have been eating the same, if there was a change in diet in the 50s and 60s?
So I was talking about the basis of like the things that black people eat. I'm not talking about like that we didn't
Like what? So what are the specifics of the basis? So give us
Like
specifics, like what?
Okay, so like your staple foods that black people typically eat.
Like what?
Like the way we cook chicken, right? The way we eat pork.
No, not the way we cook. No, not the way we cook. Hold on.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
The diet, which is
That's what I'm talking about.
What again? No, there's a difference. Wait, you have to chill out because if you're going to do the way you do something, you're asking.
I'm not
So, no, you just said if you talk about.
No, you're not talking right now, though. I'm not talking.
Okay.
I'm not speaking.
MAGA, you're in out of the matrix.
Yeah, I'm not speaking right now.
Yeah, I know. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
So I'm asking you, okay, so before you get to preparation, just tell us what the diet is that's been the same, because preparation has also changed over time. So your claim is that the staple, Joy, please, bro. You said I'm trying to learn. There's something you said you study slavery and Black history, so you might know more than me on this one. So
That's not learned.
you did say you study. I said you didn't study it. You said I do study it. That's what you said 10 minutes ago.
I said I learned.
I said you don't, bro. I said you don't study slavery. So I did study it. That's what you said.
Okay.
Let me just continue. I know. I'm right with it. So, what is the staple? What is the diet that has been consistent in Black eating across time in the South? Because that's your claim. That's the core of the claim. That's a core claim in your argument.
Greens.
Wait, what's that? Hold on. Wait a second, bro. Hold on 1 second. You mean greens as in collard greens?
Mustard, collard, however you want to do it. Whichever way.
All right, cool. All right. Are they healthy or unhealthy?
In their natural state, greens are not bad for you, no.
All right, right. So how did Black people prepare it in the 19th century?
Heavily salted.
Where are you getting that from?
So are we gonna talk about real quick before I digress? Are we saying that greens have not been a heavily salted thing amongst Black community cooking? No, they have not been.
So from what I know,
I'm just asking a question.
So from what I know, I'm answering it. Do you hear me?
It was a lag.
So from what I know, there wasn't a lag issue with this on. So from what I know, and I'll be honest, I'm not a food historian. I read some books like Psyche, Forsyth Williams, and others. Heavily salting of greens is not a long-standing preparation of greens. I think that early on it was done with a lot of peppers in a more quote-unquote African way. I think that once you get into the 19th century and there's method and they got more and more like pure pork and or ham, that's when you get more and more of the salt in it. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. But I don't know if they, like for example, I don't know if they had a bunch of salt. Where would enslaved people have gotten a bunch of salt from? Wait, where would they have gotten a bunch of salt? Hello? If it says seawater, so Black people, so Evan said, so enslaved people in the Black Belt were seasoning their greens with seawater.
Please don't answer me because I ain't said this shit.
No, that's what Evan said. Another white lady was a racist. Go ahead, 28. So where did they get their heavy
So again, you brought up a time frame.
Angela said they weren't made in an African way. Of course they were. In the end, they were Africans.
No. That's not what European genes, to be specific.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. So where did they get the heavy salt from?
So I'm not talking about slavery, right? I'm talking about that time frame.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Can I answer real quick? My mother is 80 plus.
What does that have to do with it?
Listen, her mom was a cooker. And cooked in those times. I just asked her, do they have a lot of salty food then? She said, no, the food was never salted. So I'm trying to figure out what year is he talking about when we use a lot of salt, other than just recently.
Wait, sorry, they didn't have lotteries? They didn't have...
My grandmother didn't use it. My grandmother used black herbs and stuff, so I don't know where you're from, but I'm telling you where I'm from, so I'm just asking him.
It's totally relative. Some people, what they say is salty is not very salty in others.
Here, you talking about.
Isn't that shit relative? I'm just saying, she knows her granny said the food wasn't salty at all. And I'm like, isn't all that shit relative?
So what is your, so this is amazing to me. So MJ, rather than ask a question that you actually don't know the answer to because you haven't looked this up, you don't care about the people that you're now sort of flippantly talking about, why don't you provide support? Because if we came on this nasty app and started talking out of our ass, which many people do, about people and places that you're more familiar with, that you may be connected to, you would ask, where the hell are you getting that from? It's interesting to me that people who don't have an understanding or a history or a knowledge of the history of the people that they're talking. Interesting to me how flippant you sort of, I'll just ask a question. So, MJ, where did you come from? MJ, yes. So, so what let me be clear. Your submission was, you said this OT wasn't right. I thought it was just said, so, you bitch ass hoe ass nigga.
Hold on. We're not doing that on Patty stage. Let's be respectful of the space. Y'all can make it private and threaten each other. Thank you.
Anybody threatening him, you don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I want the address, nigga. No.
Please stop. Y'all are gonna get the house shut down. No threats in here.
Do what?
Brother, please.
What the fuck you gonna do?
That's
what I know. What I do, nigga. Oh, you know I fuck your shit. You're a joke.
Respect the space.
I want to cook at the mama.
Bro, who is that?
Okay, MJ, you've been warned. You're not gonna get the house shut down by these threats. What's going on?
You couldn't handle her either, nigga.
Brother, what? What's time?
We're all jumped in here, right?
I love you, brother.
Yeah. So I think, Tony,
I wasn't done answering. So I was talking. So this is what I was saying. Like, someone brought in the chat earlier today, and they kept talking about these foods were heavily influenced. And they had a smoked meats inside of them, bacon, right, and a ham hocks, however you want to say these foods. That is the salt. That right there is what makes these foods extremely salty. And if you don't,
I got you. That's fair. I got you.
And that's why we're saying.
One second. I got you. 1 second, please. No, but I got you. So it wasn't a staple of the diet, is what I'm saying.
What was it?
Heavily salted meats were not staples of the diet.
Wait. Heavily salted meats were not staples of the diet.
Yes.
How does that equate? We just talked about these foods were literally made from the backs of these, like they were given the scraps of the pig.
I'm not eating greens with ham hocks every day.
My point is, this is what I'm trying to get you to see. This is what I'm trying to get you. This is what I'm trying. They didn't eat greens every day. This is what I'm trying to get you to see, Toya. There are whole foods. So since you're interested in this, you should read Eating While Black by Psyche Force and Williams. Came out a few years ago. Things that we now celebrate as quote unquote soul food were not were not daily things that were consumed. You said macaroni and cheese. The idea that enslaved persons, or even people after slavery, ate macaroni and cheese with any regularity is hilarious. It's only a dumb thing to say. They were expensive. They didn't have the money for it. They didn't have the cheese like that. They had it, I don't know, for special occasions. They had basic staples of rice, fish, the roux. That's what they ate. Black people in the South don't eat that anymore. That's why we're seeing these explosions in diabetes and hypertension and other things. The way the food is prepared. You mentioned fried chicken. They weren't using ultra-processed oils like we use now. And they weren't eating fried chicken multiple times a week like you and I do.
I don't eat fried chicken.
Well, not you personally. I'm just just saying, generally, come on, man.
What do you mean? They're not small.
These are enslaved play football. These are enslaved. These are enslaved.
You're
These
not
are enslaved. Yeah.
Let's on the right line, please.
You're really tiny. Oh my God.
Yeah. My grandmother grew her own chickens, so the difference with the chicken now and the chicken then, she fed her own chickens.
Yeah, but that's in the 20th century. My grandparents are young compared to the history of black people. So when he says that the diet hasn't changed, it's changed considerably. We eat fast food today. Nobody was eating fast food in 1900. It's just a weird, it's just strange.
And in other parts of the area, we grew our own vegetables, we grew our own foods, we farmed. We're not farming now.
I mean, some people did. Not everybody grew vegetables. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. Twin, another thing, we eat lots of breads. Black people in the South in 2025 eat lots of breads. They did not eat lots of breads back then. People should go and read old African American or Southern cookbooks. There's recipes you can find. Google Books has them. You will not find tons of stuff. People might bake a bread for a special occasion. We eat bread every day. People didn't eat bread every day. Read a slave narrative, Toya. Frederick Douglass talks about what they were fed. Oftentimes lots of corn. Black people don't eat corn every day like they used to on plantations. Diets have changed, bro. You've never studied slavery.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no planet on which I am big. But it's not me. Or maybe you're looking, I don't know, wrong bitch. Never been me.
To be fair, you have a very aggressive self-confidence, and therefore that makes me want to call you fat.
What?
I don't know.
That's pretty shit. We need to be quiet.
Well, they're only trying to break you when they talk about you. Kimberly, what are you doing you?
This is all I'm saying.
I was just saying that there's no like definition of it. I mean, you're talking about defining, but you should not define what you are.
Hold on. You know what? I want to correct something I said.
I'm serious.
Hold on. I want to correct something I said. Angela made a good point. When I'm talking about bread, I'm talking about the kind of bread we eat today. Angela's correct. They would make things like whole cakes or not fried bread. That's the Native Americans. Or it's a kind of thing that looks like with the Indian like what's the thing that Indians eat? Fried bread that the Indians eat. Fried things that Indians eat. No, the Indian ones. No. Oh, the other. Yeah. Sorry about that. It kind of looks like that, but they were not. Look at her. People never bought bread from the store. Took them on plantations. Nobody bought black sheep like they did bread. So she's right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like we eat white bread, processed bread. We're not baking bread at home. Like that was the thing. So you should go and read. Both of you actually read Booker T. Washington's from slavery. You should go and read. He outlays the slave diet. It is nothing like what we eat today. Nothing. The idea that people from in 2025.
Slavery, you brought slavery. I disagree.
Okay, how about this? After slavery.
I was talking about 1940.
We don't eat like 1940, even 28.
Okay, so then what? Okay, so I'm confused on what is. Can you give me an example of what the black diet was in 1940 in the South?
Well, yes, it did make.
Just give me an example.
1940. Yeah, sure. Yeah, very easy. Vegetables, rice,
Dishes.
and whatever piece of meat they could get their hands on.
Dishes, man, dishes.
That is the dish. You got a plate. You put rice on. That is the dish. You get a plate. You put rice. That is the dish.
Wait, are you?
You are engaging with someone who doesn't understand the history, so he's thinking like 4-course meal.
No,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Okay, so if I said, right, like you said, give me a dish that we have been eating, Nigerians been eating for a long time, right? I would say something like okra stew, right? We've been eating okra stew in Nigeria. When we make it.
I'm doing the black version.
Give me a dish. Give me a dish.
That is the
like
dish.
what you do in 1940.
I got you. Okra stew. Okra stew.
Black folks in America have been eating okra stew.
Yes.
Hundreds of We're not doing business from the 1940s, nigga. What is going on?
What is okra stew for black
They call it okra soup. Okay, first of all, they call it okra soup. They don't call it okra stew.
What is okra soup? How do you make it? Break it down.
It's very similar. It's very similar.
No, who's the gumbo? Who's the gumbo?
I'm not going to say gumbo.
Don't say gumbo.
No, he's not American, so he's not.
Okra soup for black people. Okay, in the beginning, how do you create it? It's what I'm saying. How do you make crawfish that you say? I can use this. That's how to make that. So how do you real quick, Matt? How do you make gumbo soup?
I can't give you one second. I can't give you crawfish etouffee either. I can't give you recipes.
You know food, don't you?
I don't know every recipe offhand. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, I can give you, based off my knowledge of cooking, what it is, but I'm trying some things. But the point is here's the point. This is what you're doing. You're now swallowing the fact that you didn't know that okra soup.
It was a lot of beans, and my mom and my grandma loved. It was a lot of beans, and my mom and my grandma loved beans. Could eat beans 3-4 times a week.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's something. How do you make black eyed peas, right? Southern black eyed peas. It's something. How do you make black eyed peas, right? Southern black eyed peas.
We still eat southern black eyed peas.
I understand. That's why I said, can you give me a?
Why are you asking for it? Like, why are you asking?
Because I'm asking. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I apologize.
No, I was making a point that that the staple dishes that black people have been eating, right? While they may have changed how they're prepared, certain things have been added to them, right, or maybe even removed. But for the overall arching conversation, right, these dishes have been pretty similar over time.
They have not.
Okay, so then I asked you, give me a dish. Give me dishes. He said vegetables. Right now, I said, okay, give me a dish. Vegetables isn't a dish. So it is a dish. You said vegetables is not a dish.
Red beans and rice.
This is why this is so dumb.
Because if we're talking about, I asked the question, you gave me vegetables. Can I finish? No, I wasn't done. I wasn't done, so how can you finish? I wasn't done.
Nigga, but we can't.
Okay, so here's the thing. How do you continue to talk when you clearly don't have even a history of the thing that you're asking about? You're talking over people who are giving you things, and then because you don't have a history or knowledge of any of those things, then you're asking something else. You're asking about dishes. So
I asked one specific question. One specific
no, that's not right.
No, Billy, I said I was asking a question. I didn't answer. You didn't answer.
Mama said that. You said red beans and rice.
No, he said it after I continued to say, what is okra soup?
Okay, but we're not present. Let's ground ourselves in reality.
Right, you never heard of Black Americans eat okra soup. You don't know Black Americans.
He doesn't know. He's showing me things that okay, cool.
Why don't you just learn? That's I said, you know that. You're still talking. You don't know anything about Black Americans.
I said, hold on. I know nothing about it. You know nothing. Question. Brother, can you let me know how you make okra soup in Black American?
No.
Why does that matter?
How you don't know?
Why is brother duck in the shade?
Wait a minute. If a Black American 25, and I hate to gender it, a man doesn't know how to cook something in his ethnic tradition, that means the thing is not in the ethnic tradition? What are you trying to prove?
That's not what it means.
Okay, so what does it mean?
You just came off and told me that I know shit about Black American culture.
You don't.
Okay, cool. No. Okay, cool. And I actually did from the 1940s, which is pretty recent, from Black American culture, right? A dish from the 1940s. You're asking me for the cooking directions. No, I'm not sure. And so now, 85 years later, what you want me to do is give you. Would you like me to tell you what temperature?
That matter.
Because that was the point that I literally made. That was the conversation. You didn't ask for the cooking directions. You asked for the food. The food we're telling you is different. The ingredients are different. They just told you. This is a basic. At this point, this is a basic thing I put in the fucking chat. So you can look in the fucking chat about the okra and the relationship it has with the South. But I guess you don't want to fucking read that either. Okra didn't even talk about your brother's on his hands. Wow. Okra didn't even come from America. So it's not the green
West.
We gotta chill. Toy, I gotta be honest with you. You just said that okra didn't come from America while asking about Black Americans who also don't come from America. I gotta be honest with you, Toy. I think you're an absolute idiot. Somebody get some news. Let's move on. We got one. You literally, I see your chat. You just said, one second. It's so bizarre to me that you just said okra doesn't even. I know when people get exposed for being dummies on the app, they crash. That what you just said was one of the dumbest things I have ever heard, and I'm trying to decide if that's dumber than buying a $250,000 house in Mississippi over a $1.2 million house.
Oh, Lord. $1.5 million.
I'm just joking. It's a joke. I'm lighting it up a little bit. Just joking. Let's move on.
I actually have news. Truck drivers, this is courtesy of my favorite, Bloomberg Law, one of my favorites. Truck drivers are being pulled off the road by law enforcement officers if they fail an English test, part of the Trump administration's far-reaching immigration crackdown that's threatening a critical U.S. economic pillar. What began as a push for highway safety. First, before I go on, has anybody heard of this? They're being administered an English test?
Oh yeah, this is a very huge deal.
Okay, I'll continue reading. What began as a push for
what the test is, but go ahead.
What began as a push for highway safety has expanded into an enforcement drive that immigrant advocates say targets foreign-born truckers who are legally permitted to be in the country. More than 9,500 cases of drivers pulled off the road, with Texas and Wyoming leading the way, have been since late June. Bloomberg News analysis of federal data shows. At the same time, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has sought to sharply limit commercial driver's licenses for foreign-born applicants, a move since paused by a federal court. And hundreds of truckers have been swept up in ICE raids across Oklahoma, Texas, Indiana, and New York in recent months. Shelley Simpson, CEO of JB Hunt, expects some 400,000 drivers, about 11% of the supply, to leave the business over the next few years because of enforcement actions. Commercial truckers face stricter language rules than regular drivers, but since the Obama administration, violations typically only resulted in citations. That changed after an April executive order from President Donald Trump calling for common sense rules of the road to be applied to U.S. truckers. Within weeks, the DOT issued new guidance prompting inspectors to place drivers out of service who didn't speak sufficient English. These are good drivers, experienced drivers, but they get pulled over and the officer says their English isn't good enough, says Vidam Shepard, the owner of an Illinois-based trucking company who's booked planes and car rentals for drivers who've had to abandon their rigs.
Figure out not just logistically, but like how is this working out for people? Like I watched a video. How is this working out for people? Like I watched a video of some white guy who like watched it and like how is this working out for people for real?
And I saw someone in the chat say they don't have an issue with it. Here's the problem. And are we really leaving this up to random officers to someone can speak good English or not? Like what? This is some fucking problem. They passed the damn CDL test, so clearly it's just good enough to act.
Right.
Anywho, somebody asked for news. Back to the stage.
Like our company's gonna start suing because of this? Like you're literally stealing our employees? Like what?
Well, JB Hunt is one of the big boys, so I can't imagine this is the law. I mean, I haven't heard about any law, but I did put the article from Bloomberg Law in the chat if someone wants to read. But this is very problematic.
You know,
very, very, very problematic.
On the supply chain.
And then how are they stopping these drivers? I'm not surprised that Texas is not one of the number one states, but Wyoming? That's crazy.
Those are major transportation highways as far as like when you look at logistics in the United States, when you talk about places like Texas and Wyoming, you're talking about the way they get things to the rest of the country. That's gonna be very problematic. I don't understand his logic behind that.
Well, and then we already have, I love how Cindy Stumpo, when I tried to say we still have supply chain issues, because she talks about this quite a bit. Of course, she's building $20 million houses, and she said, no, we don't have supply chain issues. This is just the new normal. Because even at that level of building, she still has to wait for products, like for windows and doors and stuff. And of course, she's just a build. But it's just, no, she's on Chatter, Jazzy. She's on Chatter exclusively. But that's just, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know that this was happening. Anywho, that's just the news. But that's really just, no, she's even acknowledging, that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of Trumpers that are acknowledging that this is not what they signed up for. But we knew that was going to happen eventually. But, yeah, because these people are going to leave. Yeah, but if you're just
shot the first time, that's what.
But why are they pulling over these truckers? Like, what are they saying that they're, like, are they getting them at the weigh stations? Because in some states you do have these weigh stations. I don't know enough about it because, I don't want to get beat up today for talking about something I don't know specifically how the weigh stations work. I don't know if we have a trucker here. I know that they're not weigh station. Okay, AJ said weigh station in every state. I was talking to somebody in Boston, AJ, on Chatter, and he said that they didn't have as strict requirements as they do in Texas. So I don't know what that meant, but he did local hauls all over Massachusetts during the day. But anywho,
I think they're strategically placed throughout the United States, and it's really based on what you're carrying. Like out here, you see them a lot. This is a state where you get a lot of, still a logging state. We have a lot of evergreens, so we're cutting wood, and I'm not that far from the port. You see, from both ports, both the port of Olympia, the port of Tacoma, the port of Seattle. There's a lot coming in and out because we're China is like the neighbor, Canada is like the neighbor. So because of the extent of materials that are coming through the state, you have to weigh and make sure you're not breaking any laws. And then when you get so far, I guess it gets more lax because they're breaking things down as they go along logistically throughout the rest of the United States, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what the fuck is happening to the load? So people are gonna figure this out and start following these truckers, and then you know what I'm saying? Like that's just crazy to me. But anyway, here's another little bitty one. Members of Congress clashed with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on Thursday. Oh, we know this one. Sorry. So, all right, back to the stage.
Thanks, Nikki. So I know that when if the load gets snapped, the company, they're definitely going to send out another driver. But this has always been a law, but it's being enforced more now. I just found U.S. federal law enforcement by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration requires commercial truck drivers be proficient in English enough to understand traffic signs, communicate with the public officials, and fill out reports. So I guess they have to prove this non-proficiency. Again, it says read signs, communicate with the public, and fill out their reports. So if they're unable to do that, I think this is a problem. But if they're targeting truck drivers because they're not able to have a whole conversation, if they know enough English to do their job, leave them alone. We have navigation now, and we have navigation that can be set to the language of the driver's preference, all that.
I mean, we've all been to Europe, right? And Europe has multi-languages, and you can go from the way the EU is set up now, you go from one country to the other, just like we go from one state to the other. And I don't think they require that, okay, you're a German truck driver, you must be able to speak French or English or what have you. Just another target, I think, another attempt to target people that aren't quote unquote American enough.
And
Definitely not in Europe, brother.
but once again, they want to target the goddamn people that are working and paying taxes and shit. Truckers make the job that have their CDLs that are like,
It's not
stupid
bad
asses.
guys.
Those are those fuckers. Anyway.
Hey guys, didn't this start like back in September where that guy made a U-turn down in Florida, which is rigged? And
Yes,
6 people, I think it was 6 people that got killed. Ron DeSantis went crazy.
I
And
was
he was
just
like,
reading
we're
that.
taking all their licenses, and if they can't read English, if they can't pass up, and he went crazy. So this is the next thing. So they're gonna get rid of the truckers that.
What he didn't say was the Chinese killed about trying to prove himself.
The Chinese bus driver also had an accident somewhere down south. So yeah, they're gonna target these people. These companies need to. If you own a hauling company, you're doing logistics. You need to vet your drivers, or you're gonna lose your load.
But they have licenses, right? They can.
Truck driving schools that have other certification pulled because they didn't meet the standards from the USDOT.
Yeah, but you still have to pass your CDL. Like you still have to. It's a particular type of license that you have to drive. So that's a CDL. That doesn't come from the truck driving school per se. Like not every.
I mean, I read English and I've driven the wrong way down the road before. So.
Yeah, the CDL is administered by the when you like where you go to take your license. You know your license exam. Right, like where everybody goes. So you can take a CDL exam without having gone to a truck driving school. Like my grandfather was old school. My uncles and my cousins could drive rigs when they were 10 years old. They could break apart those engines when they were probably 10 or 11. But that's just what they were taught. There's a huge company back home called Carrier. I've said this before. One of my uncles is literally on the damn brochure. So. In Fogelman, which was a company back in the day. Yeah, I'm a truck driving girl. I wanted a Mack truck or a Peterbilt. Shout out to Peterbilt. Peterbilt is the best in the fucking world. But anyway, this just breaks my heart. These people are working, minding their goddamn business, taking a load. Probably picked up some Christmas presents for their kids, and then they get stopped. Asked to read a damn or something, made to the determination by some crackhead ass cop, and then they're hauled off to some immigration detention center.
Change your mind, Nikki, if you learn that 53% of the CDL licenses issued in New York were issued unlawfully.
How are CDL licenses issued unlawfully? Did they game the test or something? Like, what did you have to read?
Where'd you get it from?
Right. How does that?
Give them the time. The link is in the chat.
The Twitter link?
Wait, what's the link?
The Twitter link? You're giving us a Twitter link?
Wait, maybe she has another one. What is the link? Because that's interesting. If more than 15. What does it say? On Twitter, could you break down how they got
The
it?
speech from Secretary Duffy.
But could you break down how it was good? I can't. I'll have Twitter. What did he say?
53% of New York CDLs have been issued unlawfully. If someone's taking the test has been granted a 1-year visa, New York issues a CDL that's good for 10 years. Secretary Duffy threatens to block funding, but that's not enough.
How does that make them unqualified?
What was the illegal part? What was the illegal
The
part?
federal audit of CDLs issued in California just exposed a huge corruption scandal over tens of thousands of illegal aliens being given CDL licenses.
Oh, Monica, what are you going, girl? Come on, man.
This is beautiful.
No, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm not challenging you. The other people coming on the mic are challenging you and they want to be me, not me.
I'm just saying, what's the illegal part? That's all I'm asking.
I'm learning with you.
Okay.
It looks like if someone's taking the test and has been granted a 1-year visa, New York issues a CDL license that's good for 10 years. Apparently, that's not supposed to be done.
Is that, but what is the law? I'm saying, is it a federal or state law? I don't, because that would seem like a weird, law that they would say if you're on a 1-year visa, you can't take a test for a license for 10 years. That doesn't make any sense because people come and study and they have short-term visas and take tests all the time. So is it a federal law? Is it a state law? What is the law? You said it was a law.
Maggie, I read the article that she's referring to. It's 100 out of 220. It's not a lot. New York has issued over 32,000, so we're talking about 100. The governor has since revoked them. It was a loophole. I don't know which law they broke, but it should not have been done.
Wait, the licenses got revoked?
Yeah, the governor revoked them. Governor Hochul. This happened over the last couple of days. There's an article in the New York Post. I read it today.
Wait, it was 100 licenses?
Yeah, it was only 100.
Come on, MAGA. Y'all conservatives gotta do better than this. This ain't gonna do it with prices where they are. I thought there were tens of thousands of CDLs.
Look at 100 out of 220. 100 out of 220.
But even the point that Monica is making is not that they are not qualified, Monica, which is why you shouldn't Google things and you don't. And I brought AJ up. AJ, are you here? Because you had your hand up, but you're actually a trucker. It sounds like you own some rigs. They still pass the exam. They're just saying that have been given an accreditation or the 10-year license, but they still pass the exam. So Monica, that's not apropos to this. If they have a 1-year visa, because I can assure you there are a lot of accreditations that you can get. Like, for example, the one thing I can speak about that I know is if you're taking a securities exam, they're not asking you how long your visa is. They're not asking you that, right? So that's just some sort of technical compliance administrative concern. Those individuals still pass the CDL exam. You're trying to make it seem like they didn't pass the CDL exam. They're still qualified.
Okay, so if I have another report, U.S. Department of Transportation enforced a federal rule from 1988 requiring commercial drivers to read and speak English for road signs, officials, and public interactions.
That's good.
So now you're switching into something else?
Wait, I don't know where you guys are. Do you not know who I am? I have questions. I look for answers. I'm researching and learning with y'all. Do y'all want me to stop?
Yes.
I did twice. Y'all mouths are open and your ears are closed because I'm MAGA.
All right, God, to be fair, it's not because you're MAGA, they don't like you personally. So if the people, Paco put something in the chat that was against federal
Wait,
regulation.
MAGA, I'm sorry, I have to say something. I don't like when we break news and then because you agree or disagree with it, you want to start Googling it and then you want to start submitting your fucking facts. Yeah, so now MAGA addressed this yesterday, now I'm going to address it. I don't give a shit if you're MAGA. I don't care if you were Barack Obama. I don't like that because you're interjecting shit that you don't know the fucking basis of. So I don't give a, do you know who I am?
I'm learning.
So don't do that. If you think we can't tell that you're just Googling shit when you just heard it with the rest of us, you're not educating us. You're not informing us. Hell, I paid $20 to ChatGPT. I got Claude. I got Gemini. I got all the shits. If I wanted to fucking Google things, then I would bring it to the stage. So no, you're not helping us. Nobody asked you to do that shit. And you're not being educated or go inform your fucking self. And don't contribute to the goddamn conversation if you shit about it. Thank you.
Two things, Monica, you didn't say you were learning. You actually made a claim, and now you're so backtracking. But so if the people can read, so the law says they need to be able to read and speak English to a certain degree. The exam take care of that. Like if they pass the exam, they could English. Ipso facto, they were able to read you think to be a driver, wouldn't by virtue of passing the exams, you know enough to, I'm confused. Did they pass the exam? That's what I'm asking. Did they pass the exam?
According to Matt Cole, yeah, apparently they did not. Probably because
they did not pass the exam.
According to Matt Cole.
Man, I'm wondering if they offered those examinations in the language that you speak. That's possible. And if they don't check to make sure they understand the different road signs, because that can return that.
It's a federal exam. Why would the Trump people give tests in Spanish? Like, it's a federal exam.
AJ, you're a trucker. Can you speak to this?
Let me jump in a little bit. I've been in logistics since 2004, right? I sold my 80 trucking company right after COVID. Every state has its own little scam, right? You're talking about an industry where somebody can make $8,000 to $10,000 a truck per week. What does a person at the DMV actually make, right? If I pay somebody at the DMV $5,000 to $10,000, they really don't care. They can just come in. You can go in with your face and take a test for me. You know what I mean? So every state has its own little scam. Some people are passing tests. Some people are not passing tests.
Well, I retract that you're a subject matter expert. Because what the fuck?
I really don't care if you think I'm a subject expert. It's the actual truth.
I'm going to go tell where you are.
Officials of 10 grand.
Is that the story? Wait, where are we getting that from in the New York story, though?
I don't know about the New York story. I'm just telling you the facts of what the industry is doing. This is why everybody is like pulling back.
Bullshit.
Damn,
all these fuckers who leave us. I simply asked the question, what you got that before, bro? Fuck. So, was anybody fucking indicted? Fuck. So was Kathy also fucking, was she fucking license away? Did a motherfucker get fucking indicted?
Not at all. I love it.
Did the Trump administration fucking indict? Fuck. The fuck, yeah? I'm just asking. Is it hard to believe? No, it's not hard to believe. I'm asking about this fucking story. Did it fucking happen? It's not. Then shut the fuck up. Is it hard to believe that you can graduate high school? Yes, fucker. So AJ, you came up. You have evidence that the New York one was a scam?
Well, no, I'm just speaking in general, not necessarily about New York. I don't have the information about New York, but this is an industry thing across the country, for sure.
Let's check out this. Okay, what? Did you also know that truck drivers like to get lot lizards who are females, males, sometimes trans? And I know nothing to do with this story, but he was in the business, so he used to get hand jobs and blow jobs by trans women in lots all the time. So we're these aren't related to the story. It's not related to the story. Let's just bring some stuff up.
But how do we get here?
Because what everybody knows, and what you guys know more than anything, is when the scam is done and over with, most of the evidence is in the trash by the time anybody fucking gets to the window. And that's the part where you guys get to hide behind and play little fucking fanatic games like, oh, it's not really happening. It was 100 people. Like, fuck off. The point is American jobs before fucking Americans. The fucking job is for Americans. That's the point. Motherfuckers who can read English and who know what a fucking legal U-turn is. Motherfuckers who are used to motherfuckers who I already had my DOT several times in my life. Shit, fuck off. Shit, I was so fucking bullshit, no fucking clean ass ass. You fucking you ain't listening to nothing but a fan bitch, you lazy fucker. Everything's all right.
Pause. He's gonna pause, go forward. Go ahead.
So his point is that it could have been a scam, and that could
point is that your fucking ideology breeds shit on the state, city, and fucking national level when it all comes to it. You're a bunch of fucking. It wasn't really this. Fuck you, man. Like y'all need to get with the times. Like, do you want this fucking place? Do you want it? The terms is that the way you fucking people carry out, we're gonna end up living third world. And that's the way it is with you motherfuckers. And that's what y'all like. Y'all like third world because a lot of you motherfuckers are plugged and got tenure somewhere and y'all good working a federal job. Y'all be alright, state job. Like, but for all the real motherfuckers out here in the real world working like the man that y'all, and I ain't jealous at all, motherfuckers. Not at all. Not at all. I can sleep at night. I can sleep at night.
You don't know what people's ideology is on like Somalis.
I know what your ideology is.
Calm down, bro.
I was gonna read the article. I got the New York article if you want to hear it. I just want to quote. The quote started because the DOT threatened to pull 70 found more than half of the Empire State commercial trucking license were issued to fraudulent foreign-born drivers in the U.S. illegally. New York gives an applicant that may have work orders for 30, 60 days, or 1 year, but automatically issues them an 8-year commercial driver's license, Duffy said during the press conference. We also found that New York many times won't even verify whether they have a work authorization, they have a visa, or they're in the country legally. It says they're just giving 8-year commercial driver's licenses or coming through their DMV and sending them out on American Motor. Duffy issued a warning after the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration examined 200 non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses issued by New York Department of Motor Vehicles and found 107 were unlawfully issued. Approximately 32,000 CDLs issued by New York DMV across America driving. Despite the post revealing in September that one migrant applicant didn't even have his first name down on the application and did receive his driver's license. DOT officials launched a probe Thursday in a Chinese national accused of causing a fatal pileup in Tennessee highways. This week, Woodley issued a New York State driver's license. Scrolling. You don't just drive in New York if you have a CDL. You drive around the country, Duffy said. Transportation Secretary is giving Hochul and her officials 30 days to revoke all the CDLs of illegally issued driver's licenses and learner's permits used to conduct their own comprehensive audit, or they will have the federal funding pulled. As whether the lost funds could delay the shipment of goods, Duffy responded at the end of the day, it's about safety. Good carriers who are out there employing drivers are going to ensure that they are safe, and they work together with the shippers to ensure that all the goods are delivered across America. What we uncovered is just an administrative oversight, added Derek Bars at the presser. It systematically goes to unacceptable deviation from a federal safety regulation that has been on the books for a long period of time. New York State DMV Walter McClure responded, Secretary Duffy is lying about New York State once again in a desperate attempt to distract from the failing, chaotic administration he represents. The truth, our road safer. We will review USDOT's letter and respond accordingly. Half of the CDLs issued either New York or California, the federal official noted before calling both states to revoke the unlawfully issued licenses. In the Golden State, Duffy said 25% of CDLs were unlawfully issued, and Sacramento responded by revoking 17,000 licenses. However, DOT chief said he was not letting Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom off the hook. I thought Hochul revoked them. I guess I was wrong. California is the only state that unwillingly enforce English proficiency rules, the secretary noted. And how you can get a license when you're not proficient in English in California begs the question, what the hell is going on in California? That's the end of the article.
So if somebody got a license, we're expected to believe, and they barely put their first name, but yet they were issued a license with their address, their information, but they only provided their first name. So what do we have? Some Harry Potter motherfuckers working at the DM in New York that can just glean all your information without you having to fill out shit? Is that what we're saying? Okay.
Most people that go to get the CDL, they usually go to a CDL school. There's one near me. You go through the whole process, and once you go through that CDL school, there is a written portion, like air brake endorsed. There's a lot behind getting a CDL. So I don't think anyone
just got a CDL magically. It looks like they all went through the process, but I could be wrong.
Well, it said that one migrant only barely gave his first name. So how do they do? You know what? It's New York, I guess. Whatever.
I was gonna say, I know it's a lot you read. Like, was there any evidence that substantiated the claim that they were getting these CDLs without actually doing the exams or anything, or is that?
There's no evidence. It just looks like accusations, and it looks like another attack by the Trump administration. This is money promised to us for our highways. So it's like you had 100 undocumented CDLs issued. We're not going to give you $73 million. That's what they're threatening.
Right, and I still don't. So these people took the qualified exam, so they're saying there was something with the paperwork process, but they passed the exam, and they're saying that they just did not qualify or make sure that they were legal citizens or that their work visas allowed for them to be issued a 10-year CDL.
Yeah, CDL, but the spokesman from New York said this is not true. We go through all of the federal requirements before we issue a CDL. So it's like a finger pointing. I don't know who's right. I don't know who's wrong. Somebody lying. That's what it sounds like.
It's so stupid, bro. Because a person got a 30-day visa, they can't get a CDL for 10 years. Why? They're not. These people don't enforce those laws. They're just there to qualify a license, and the license is a 10-year license. And the people, if they renew their visa or whatever, they don't have to go back in there and get another license. How many times do you have to do that within the 10-year span? So it's weird.
Yeah. Like, don't visas get extended sometimes, right? Why would you keep getting over and over and over?
Go back and get every single thing that you qualified for every time you have to renew. That's so stupid.
That is stupid because
expiration date, right?
Because you have a CDL. So this is just sounds like just some targeted bullshit against immigrants. Because didn't the first thing that I read say that this was Trump's executive order in April or May? So this was something that they were intentionally going to go after.
They need something to talk about. They need something to be doing to make a little bit of noise. So we kind of did.
Yeah, but like, look at 20 as an example. We have these immigrants amongst us that have this antipathy towards us, and we're talking about censoring their home. They love this thing. But I got violence. Man, you gotta get rid of it.
Kanye, while he may be annoying at times, is also a taxpaying citizen.
I'm still waiting for the fucking address.
He's still a tax-paying citizen who contributes to the U.S. economy. Like, what do Americans that don't contribute to the U.S. economy? So, what are we saying?
He needs to go. Yeah. Oprah's not even from America. I've been saying here.
Yeah, Toy, I don't know why you said that.
Oprah's not even from America, so it would be a black American dish.
We know you're pro-Nigerian, sir. So.
Oprah's not even from America.
Yeah.
If
we don't marry a Nigerian woman, no African American woman for you, Toye. No African American woman for you. Hey, Toye, you got married? Brother, please don't put your address. I'm deleting it. Please don't do that.
Oh my God.
Please don't do that.
I'm not putting my actual address in there.
I know, but people report things to Clubhouse and they remove houses for that purpose. Come on, guys.
MJ, when you were in college, how many D1 or D2 O linemen could you take down?
Now one of them, not even the family ones.
So now in your 40s, how many do you think you can take down?
Nothing.
You're a D1 O lineman, right?
Oh yeah?
Yeah! I don't know what we're talking to, so that's all I was
The D lineman? What?
O-line, so O-line, I'm not positive. Even stronger. I apologize. Yes!
Well, brother, you got there.
children that they're like, whitefish, one, losers who can't beat your ass. Y'all are millionaires. Okay, twin, you're half his age, and you've been out of breath by the time you let go of your neck. His hands are the size of a desk. Damn. Now I'm gonna get to you. Now I want to get to you, Toy.
I was fat, and I find that to be very offensive.
Well, he's clearly blind. He has astigmatism. Toy, I want to talk to you about something. So you
Nothing, bro. Nothing.
So have you? It's okay. Because I want to ask you a question. Have you since Googled about black people in Oakland?
Yeah, there's not a little bit. I digress.
You digress. What do you mean you digress?
Yeah, there's the
Nature tells you.
pursuit state that black Americans have achieved.
But what you say?
I'm an HEB.
Yeah, sorry, but what'd you say?
You hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm an HEB.
Wait, you're in HEB and not Whole Foods, and you were yelling at us about better eating choices? You can afford Whole Foods. How come you're not at Whole Foods, Toye? Why are you at HEB, Toye?
Wait. So what were you saying about okra soup?
What
were you saying about okra soup?
That is a dish. It is a big dish, a black American dish.
Wait, okra soup is not a black American dish?
No, it's not. That's like a fine.
I have a recipe here from a black American woman for a cookbook on okra soup from 1860.
Okay, can you read out?
Where did you get this from? Not that, sure. What do you mean? Google books, this old recipe books. Free online. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's got, let's see. Vegetable oil, but this is for our stuff. Vegetable oil, table salt, black pepper, yellow onion dice, beef stock, quarter of okra, canned diced tomatoes, 2 cups lima beans, 2 cups summer squash, Worcestershire sauce. That's not authentic. That's probably not updated. Cider vinegar, and then cook with rice. And this is part of what makes it American, would be the use of the squash. You don't know that people in the Carolinas have okra soup? Like the Gullah people and Low Country people, Toya? Have you ever been to North Carolina, South Carolina?
Wait, what's wrong with the...
Sorry, I'm ordering my thing. Thank you, sir.
That's okay.
He's just never heard of it before. He can't stand the fact that he just has never heard of it before.
Yeah, sorry, I literally said that. That's the first thing
You
I
said
said.
it wasn't a thing.
You just said, when I came back here, you just said it wasn't a thing. No such thing.
Yes, no, I saw an okra soup, right, that I found upon many black chefs or conversations about how to make okra soup black American style. Never heard of it before. I looked it up. I didn't see it. It didn't have any Worcestershire.
That's blender.
What's going on? We can't understand. What's he saying?
It's just blender.
I don't know what he's saying. So wait, is he making a claim
Probably because we don't need to hear it. That's probably why.
Is he making the claim that because y'all never heard of it, it's not a thing?
And it's a Worcestershire sauce.
That's not how it works.
That's what he
What's that nigga name?
Bush by ISIS in Syria. I know y'all probably already talked about it. 2 U.S.
Wait, when did he get off the terrorist watch list?
I don't know.
A bunch of years ago?
Yeah, it was a bunch of years ago that he was a bad guy. Now he's a good guy.
He got off in the end. I don't know.
Say that one more time. Is Trump on the terrorist watch list?
No, the leader of Sacco.
Oh shit, okay.
What's his name? Giuliani? His name was Giuliani, I think. Now he's going, so.
Oh, yeah.
But we got troops over there on and off since 2015. Michigan coach. That's crazy. I'm surprised that didn't hit.
I'm really too big. Okay, this sounds better. You're saying that okra soup is not a dish that Black Americans have made, had, and served traditionally. What you're saying? That was my point. Well, I'd like to know if you haven't tried it. Is it delicious? I don't like it because it's slimy. So those of us who are, well, it's definitely not as good as possible. So there's not even a question. But those of us who nothing like the schmaltz, you need to put schmaltz all the time. So for those of us whose great grandparents, granny, my mom, etc., who are from the Carolinas, Georgia, certain parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and they used to make okra soup all the time. Did they get that off Instagram?
So once again,
Absolutely not.
she probably made it because that was a specific question I asked. 2 times that I had it. I go to all the place called Sweet Georgia Breakfast, right? And off of Leather and Dallas. I love going there on Sundays, right? And they have we went too far to relax, so like, okay. But what I'm saying is that like the only time that I had seen okra, right, consistently, predated like the 1940 is tomato and okra, right? They have this thing where they put tomatoes and okra in the same dish and they kind of mix it together. So that's what they say.
You mean okra gumbo?
No, gumbo. It's something like tomatoes and also okra.
I said okra gumbo.
Not like traditional gumbo, but we still call it okra gumbo.
No, I'm saying I was kind of new with okra.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a derivative of what she's talking about. I thought this was derivative. I know, I'm telling you. Can I just tell you the story, Toya, so you can learn? Do you want another story, or do you just want to continue to act like you know those lots of very
I'm not.
Listen, bro. It started in the Lone Star. Listen, Toya, look back. So you want to do your you want to do the DJ? I'm sorry. I apologize. Again, it just came off mic to say I'm not talking. How is that possible? At the level of logic, I'm not talking. Alright, cool. First lady, do you like okra, First Lady?
No, sir.
What kind of okra did you ever have growing up?
I don't know. My dad used to make it, but I didn't eat it.
But he made it how?
God, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I didn't like it.
No, like, did you fry? Was it in a kind of soup, stew, or tomatoes? Like, what did they do with it?
I've seen people fry it, like at the church and stuff. I think my dad just had soup.
Okra soup. Your dad had okra soup. Incredible. Toy's going to tell us who grew up with our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, especially those of us whose people come from the Carolinas and certain parts of Georgia and Alabama, that okra soup is not part of our cuisine. He's a Nigerian who's 30 years old or less, but he's telling me what Black people ate in the 1910s and 20s in America. And then his defeater is that okra's not from America. The funny thing is, oh, so why'd you bring up okra not being from America?
Because when we're having a conversation, I asked you specifically for the dish. I asked you what the dishes were and what came with it. And you said vegetables at first.
Yeah, you said what did they eat? You said,
and I said,
what did they eat?
And I said, and you said vegetables,
okay, rice. People, like most people that quit. That's what I'm saying. They had rice, vegetables, and if they had meat, yeah, that's what they ate. And then you asked for, she said, a dish like okra stew.
I didn't say that. I said, can you give me a dish?
And we talked about the type of being, as I was trying to tell you before, a lot of it was based on what they could access around them, because they didn't have supermarkets. That's why we eat differently than people did before. We have a far more homogeneous, well, that's not necessarily true, but we can get stuff like
let me know how to make the dish. I had brother, and brother had nothing to say. I mean,
We don't know how to make the dish. This is a dumb argument, bro. All right, I apologize. You're right, I apologize. Since we really don't know how to make the dish, I apologize. Since we don't know how to make the dish, it definitely can't be Black American.
that's not what I'm talking about today. It's not a conversation. I'm not so weird.
This is so
I'm saying I asked a simple question of how you make the dish. What the? No, I'm not.
We don't know how to cook it, bro.
I asked you. The question was preface was the fact of that what are the differences? We're talking about Black American difference over time, right? There's been around here.
Your mic is kind of muffled, man. You're muffled.
I'm an HCD.
Let's keep going.
Go ahead. Okay. So I asked the question of what are some of the dishes, right, that Black people have been eating for quite some time, right? That they passed down from generation to generation. And you brought up okra soup. I said, yes, I said stew regarding Nigerian dishes, give an example. And you said you got okra stew. And I said, okay, so like soup.
Well,
yes, you said soup.
That's actually, hold on. That's actually not what you said. Jesus Christ called on him. So the problem with that is you were the one making the claim about the uniformity across generations. My claim has always been, and the claim that Macca was making, and correct me if I was wrong, was that the choices of food and what we eat have changed over time. So it would make sense that my ancestors would be eating a dish, but I don't know how to make it because I'm also not eating that dish from 85 years ago. Now, it may not mean a lot of things to you. 85 years may not mean a lot to you, but believe it or not, in the context of African American history, a lot has happened in that time.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what point you're making by asking me if I eat a dish that ministers ate when I told you, when we have been telling you repeatedly, various ways, different African Americans have been telling you repeatedly that the food choices of our ancestors, some may still be around, some may not be, but the food choices that they had are different than the ones that we have now. We literally made the claim that they were healthier back then than they are now. So I would not have answered the question, what is a similar dish over time? Because that's never been my claim. That's been yours.
It wasn't you. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you just calm down and breathe.
So why would you ask me? If it wasn't me, then why did you ask me a question? Why did you ask me a question of how do I make a stew that people made 85 years ago?
You're having a conversation. I made a point and Bill refuted it. And I said, okay, and you came off the mic to say agree with them about okra soup. So I asked Ferris.
I've also never been a ring shout. But those well. I've also sung Negroes. Like I've also read about Negro spirituals and never been enslaved in Dungeon. I've never been a field toddler. I've never actually done a field toddler, but I know about those. I've heard those before. So what point are you making? I gotta be honest. Y'all gotta play on somebody else. You're tired of pretending like y'all's thought processes are making sense because they fucking don't.
Yeah, they make no sense.
Another Black American who doesn't know his shit. You're gonna play with somebody else, but you're not gonna speak on my shit like you know what you're talking about. Because you barely know how to make an argument. You are not even making a cogent argument. It would be one thing if you were wrong with the thought process carried through, but you're not even doing that. So look at somebody else. Talk about Nigeria, nigga. You like to Nigeria and what the fuck you do currently, but don't speak about Black Americans historically. You can't do it because you're playing with somebody.
Nigerian stuff that move. You're in the matrix. The problem is he don't even know Nigerian stuff that well. As the reason because he live in Houston. He thinks he's living in Houston and play sports and say, nigga, he know a lot of history.
Obviously.
You're in the matrix. I don't care if you live in Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Omaha, whatever. You don't know Black American foodways.
You're right, I don't. You're right, I don't.
You don't.
For the record, when I asked the Black Americans who a Black American foodway, you had no idea. I guess you're right. Go ahead.
You didn't ask about a foodway. You asked for a recipe. Did you graduate college?
The foodway, what you say,
recipe. Not a
the foodway, what you saying okra wasn't even from America, but you didn't even fucking know what
You are dumb, bro. I gotta be honest.
you fucking serious?
Play
Somebody else. Play with trials. Play with somebody else. But you are not going to try and pretend as if you understand what the fuck. You're having a conversation that is above you. With all due respect.
Instigator.
This ain't about
You know, Instigator, Gloria adopted, but they said he was dumb as shit. I'm like, oh, they going too far. They're doing their thing. They were correct. You didn't ask about food.
Other people off.
You asked when you didn't know about okra soup, you could have just said, oh shit, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I didn't know about that. You continue to maintain. One second. You then asked us what the recipe was. I don't know the recipe to lots of things. That doesn't mean it's not a historical food way.
I said you don't have to give me the exact recipe.
And then I said, and then I said,
You came back an hour and a half later after somebody brought me up. Then give me an explanation.
Let me just be.
I'm very
Then you said, be quiet, I'm talking. Then you said, okra's not even from America. What does that have to do with the, you know why okra soup and okra dishes are part of Black American history?
Yes, we
Why
do
do you
know
think?
why.
Okay, explain why. Michael,
We do know why. We know why. It's okay. You can continue. You're moving the goalpost 5 times. The conversation.
Okay, so here's the goalpost. Here's the goalpost, everybody. Let me reset the room. Here's the goalpost. Toys made the claim that black people in America, in particular the South, their diet has been the same across history. I'm arguing it has not, because no one's diet has been the same across history.
Did not say it's been the same across history. That's a lie. You're doing it again. I would never say something so stupid like that. We know our diet in Nigeria is the same across history.
And it's literally what you said.
I have never in my life said that Black American food is the exact same across history.
No, yeah, it's the exact same. I know, it's the exact same.
Not even the same.
I said that the diet has stayed the same. It's not relatively the same.
I said, okay, once again, I'm talking about the foods that they have been eating. The types of food that they have been eating.
The types of food they have been. Right, Toy, let me give you an example, specific example. It's far more carbohydrate heavy now. It was not carbohydrate heavy. It's far more processed foods, nitrate heavy. They didn't have that before.
I understand the process. I'm talking about the kind of foods.
Right? The kind of still the same. The process based off of your.
I'm not talking about processed foods. I'm talking about
based off of the life you're making.
That's what I'm talking.
Chicken is not.
I'm not speaking specifically about chicken. Stop. You're listening to respond.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not using chicken as the count. I'm saying that if they were eating chicken, right, because they ate chicken off the farm, and then today it's more processed, that's what we bring up pasta. I'm not talking about
chicken is not more processed.
It's the food that they ate.
No, okay, right. So name the foods, Tony. Give us 3 foods.
Sweet potatoes, right? I'm talking about
Chill out, bro. So yes,
I'm
sweet
very
potato.
chill.
Give us another one.
Corn, like million.
Okay, give us another.
I'm talking about,
bro. Toya, come back. Give us another.
I just gave you 3, man.
I got corn, sweet potato, what else?
Millets.
And millet. Corn, sweet potato, and millet have been about the same, you're saying, for Black Americans. Millet.
I'm saying, I'm talking about like the ways that you eat it may be completely different, right? You may have added different seasonings to it, or
Wait, you said millet?
I'm not saying black American, but I'm talking about types of foods.
No, get the black American one. So corn, sweet potatoes, pork. All right, pork. Okay. All right, cool. So of the ones that you said, I think one is legitimate. I agree with you. However, the frequency with which it was eaten and the mode of preparation play into the health outcomes that the conversation was originally about. So, for example, black people consume most of their corn today in the form of high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, that's most people.
No, it's not most people.
Yeah, that's most people. Most of America consume corn.
I bet you Native American. Look, I actually,
it's very small. It's very small. So
doesn't matter. That's what you said. But if we're talking about health outcomes, and they used to eat, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's all due respect. They might make a corn cake, around Christmas time. They'd have the big shucking stuff, but a lot of that stuff was saved for the master and not the enslaved persons. Some enslaved persons had. Go ahead, somebody speak.
I was asking, when you get through, tell me what a corn cake is.
People are thinking about each other. Unless I've studied Black American history for my whole entire life, right? Corn was a very
I'm trying to finish. So what I said was during the era of slavery, you had the big corn.
You didn't say all that. Y'all said it wasn't.
Didn't just say they had the big corn shucking festivals. Maybe you didn't hear me. I was just saying that.
Cash the crop. There we go. Continue.
What's a cash? You don't know what a cash crop is?
Don't just go, please. Do not go.
Wait a minute. Toya, you don't know what a cash crop is? Why do you know?
Yes, I know what a cash crop is.
What is this? What's a cash crop?
Well, I'm not doing this. Let's have the conversation.
So you know what a cash crop is?
Are you thinking like cornmeal?
Well, it could be made. That's what I'm saying. So if they made it into cornmeal, and then maybe have little corn cakes, or like now people call it corn pudding, a corn cake. It kind of look like that. Orange or cornbread. Sometimes if the enslaved, like if it was the cook, but generally, no. So they would have a meal, that's for sure. But as a no. And they certainly are the main point. But as a no. And they certainly are the main point is they're not consuming it today like they consumed it then. That's literally my argument.
Talking about corn is the consumed there?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Corn we consume in the same way.
Exactly. So when you say that the outcomes are so the main argument was they were unhealthier based off of what they ate. But if they weren't, they were
No. That was no. You were talking. You brought up slavery to talk about how habits and
no. We're talking about having the babies. The original argument. You were saying people that was ate unhealthy. You're right. You said people that ate unhealthy, and that got you to the point like they're eating unhealthy now because the diets have been relatively stable. And we were saying it's not true.
No. I was saying
that's the argument.
No, that's not just argument. I was saying that people had been eating unhealthy and been eating unhealthy and had high fertility rates back in the day. And today, right, they have a lot lower fertility rates and they're eating, quote unquote, from y'all standpoint, more unhealthy.
They comparatively ate much healthier is the whole point of this conversation.
They say yes, comparatively they healthier than today.
To be honest, I think that was the verbal thing. No, I'm saying yes to what Kimberly said. That's
what I'm saying. That's what she said. She said comparatively.
Yes. I'm saying that's what she said.
Oh, but you just do you agree with that?
That people eat comparatively worse today?
Yes.
Not necessarily. I don't believe so.
Okay, so break it down.
So I don't believe that there's necessarily like so it's about the diet thing, right? Talking about what people are eating and how they're eating that food as well too. Because we can acknowledge that the slaves were eating food that was quote unquote unhealthy as well too for them because in fact it's all they got. It was a scratch.
Yeah, that's not right. It was comparative. No. So go through your fake history, make it comparative. So just say, so was corn healthier the way they ate corn then? Was it healthier then or now?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, the chicken that they ate, for the ones that made the few that had chicken, not many had chicken, but let's say some had chicken. Was it healthier then or now?
All healthier than. Okay, you just acknowledge that by people were eating chicken. You said.
I said for the few that had it. Right. The fish that they were eating.
That's why I'm talking about certain times.
I'm just going through all foods. The fish that they ate, that they caught themselves, was the fish healthier then or now?
He's healthier than.
Okay, cool. The way they prepared their breads, was their bread ash cake, corn cake, okay, is that healthier then or now?
I don't ever think back to the other, so I don't really know.
But it's comparative.
I won't necessarily say yes or no because there's never really been a point where bread was healthy for you.
No, it's comparative. We can say corn. Corn is good for you either, but you can have it be worse. Come on, Toya, you can't be this brain dead, bro.
They're not soda, aka pop. Were they drinking a lot of pop back then?
Toya,
yes, Coca-Cola was around the slavery in 1312.
Sure.
Wait a minute, Toya. You think the slaves were chugging down Coca-Cola?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
What about sugar? What about sugar, Toya? Did they eat the same or similar amounts of sugar then that we eat now?
Oh, God forbid, no, they did not have access to it.
So explain, so what you just did was, the 5 things, we keep naming, the 5, 6 things, were all healthier then than now, but your conclusion is that it was equally unhealthy. So give us the things that they ate that were less healthy then than now. Just give us 3 things.
Okay, for instance, like pork, and the way that pork was prepared was unhealthy. It's still,
No, but how is it, no, I said make it comparative. I agree with you, pork is unhealthy.
I'm saying, I'm trying to say.
The comparative part, how was it compared to now? So then when they had pork, they would have it at most once a week. They frequently didn't have it at all, but when they had it, it'd be like once a week. People get pork now every day, every other day.
They would still use the stocks and things like that from the pork.
What stocks?
You mean
slave people? Wait, you think slave food was stock? They cooked with stocks for slaves?
They would make stock though. Like Jimmy, they did make stocks back in the day.
No, they didn't. What stocks were slaves using? Beef stock?
I want to hear it.
What stocks did slaves use in their regular cuisine, Toya?
I don't understand. If you don't know this, I can't. Like you're gonna just run a radio with me because you don't know this. Like it's not hard to they're using big fat and stocks. You literally just read a recipe from a 1850s to 1860.
Yeah, I got a recipe from 1860.
And you're telling me that there was in that whole book nothing about stocks, about making broths or nothing like that, right? They didn't do any of that stuff.
It wasn't a slave dummy. Slaves make books.
You talk about the cars and you can't
I learned it from the white people that was around there. Oftentimes they were cooks for white people, and the recipe books were what they cooked for white people but modified. I want to go back though. So you think black people cook with stocks? Where did they store the stock, Toya? The black people, the slaves.
Bro, I don't understand. Like this is very easily confirmed. You can literally Google this. I don't know why you're not using it in reality. It's literally easily Googled.
Okay, so what do you have? Okay, slaves cooked for themselves using stock.
I had never heard the word stock before, but thank you.
Okay, so this is gonna be hard to find because when they say stock, this means ingredient. So what kind of stock, Toya? The seafood stock?
No. Okay, see that?
See that seafood stock?
Because you got yes.
Toya, it doesn't matter what it says.
All right.
You read the actual primary documents. Enslaved persons could not sit around cooking stock. Do you know what you think a cook sat around making stock for her family on a life, but they didn't even cook for their own families. They got scraps that the master, the overseer, threw to them. They didn't have a bunch of fucking beef stock sitting around.
quick, right? When was gumbo created?
Oh, Johnny.
Gumbo was probably created. I don't know that. I'm not a food historian by any stretch, but I would guess gumbo, as we understand it, was developed in the Louisiana territory in the mid to late 18th century. May I answer? Did you guys correct me? In the mid to late 18th century, as we understand it, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's in the 1700s too.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
You should know that since the origins are from West Africa.
For history, well, the gumbo one, yeah, it's
Gumbo literally means okra in French.
yeah, it means yeah, and
So
okay,
spicy gumbo, yes or no? Yeah. That's how I asked you. Yes or no? Yes or no?
very rarely.
Okay, so yes, there you go.
Yes, and I just really consider gumbo a Black American dish. That's a different argument.
Oh no!
Agreed.
It's a French British thing. I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, but I think that
May I finish? Because places where gumbo was developed and popular, the nature of slavery was different. So it's kind of a different thing. Those of us who actually read in history of slavery, you know that Louisiana slavery and French slavery in that part of the country was vastly different.
I would agree with you, Becca, and only because the roux is French. So the roux is French, but yeah, it's basically Native American, West African. I've never heard anybody say that. I know lots of people that didn't eat gumbo, that have never had gumbo. So I wouldn't agree with that. That it's like did you say to me the most well-known?
No, I just what's gumbo popular?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree that gumbo is the most popular dish for Black people.
No, I agree with that.
Can we go back to the stock? So you know what was interesting about the stock thing, and this is where I thought you were going to go. And it's actually an interesting conversation. It does completely uncut your argument. But I thought you were going to talk about pot liquor. That's what I thought. You know what pot liquor is, right?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Well, no, Troy, do you know what pot liquor is? If you don't, I can just tell you. Otherwise, I'll keep going. Do you know what it is? Troy, do you know what pot liquor is, bro? Joseph, you're on mute.
Relax, bro. I'm doing something. Hold on a second, please.
You don't know what it is? No. Of course he doesn't. He came off mute to tell me relax, but couldn't say yes or no. Why can't Black men just say no? It's fine. Pot liquor is the stuff that's left over from boiling of the greens. That's where I thought he was going to go, because later in the 19th century, you get more pot liquor. That actually is that's what's bizarre about his whole image. You have pot liquor with or without a little bit of pork in it. It's far healthier than pork stock or chicken stock. I don't know about chicken stock. That's where I thought he was going. It's what's left over from cooking the greens. But enslaved person didn't have a bunch of pot liquor. Nobody here has ever read a slave narrative, because they always talk about what they ate, where they talk about stocks and eating a bunch of pork. I just don't understand why Toye is so dug in on acting like he knows anything about history. He's literally never read a book cover to cover on the history of slavery. Not once.
It's weird. I don't get it.
It's just weird. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
And then arguing with people who have.
And have eaten the okra soup.
I'm working on social.
And I say another one for I suggest later.
I want to ask them to impact the tax budget.
Real quick, there's breaking news. There was a shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island. So far, 6 casualties. Don't know what that means dead. But 6 casualties confirmed. I'll check it.
No, I'm good.
Doesn't casualty mean dead?
Yeah, I was gonna skip over that.
No.
You think is there a shooting you saw? Or what?
Yeah, Brown.
At Brown?
That's what we
What's wrong?
A holiday doesn't begin
to this coming Friday for most colleges.
Doesn't matter. It's in the middle of the city.
Oh, I know ones that are already on. And it's Ivy League.
It's in the middle of the city.
I can't deal with that bullshit.
People think only people who are affiliated with Brown or at the Ivy League live in and around Brown.
You don't think students stay on campus even during a
I'm just expressing my surprise, that's all.
Yeah, we were just both in your girls. Yeah, you know, we know what that's really.
gunshot wounds, and that's pretty much it for now.
The report is 20 shot. That is unconfirmed, but the report out is 20 shot.
What, do you have an article? But we know that a lot of these things change, especially when it's just happening.
They do change. The 6 competencies, I think, is confirmed. These are people on the stand. But I don't know.
Mass shooter. Sounds like another one of those crazy incidents.
I don't even see a lot about it just yet.
Use Twitter resources, which you guys don't think are.
I don't use Twitter resources, sir.
Yeah, I know. All right.
Remember, I'm Gen X. You have to have accredited sources. You have to. No. Shout out to the Dewey Decimal System. That's not necessarily related. I'm just saying how old I am.
The Feds are talking. They said how Fed rate cuts are affecting the housing market. Did you know anything about that? How is it going to affect the housing market with the Fed rates? I thought you said the rates didn't.
It's people can't. I mean,
You couldn't buy a house before the quarter point. You can't buy a house now.
yeah, that's the mortgage. I said that it wasn't directly correlated, and people were like, it does impact it. I'm like, but the Fed rates impacts pretty much everything indirectly. We really won't talk about that. So, Jerome Powell is speaking somewhere. First lady.
It did show. I don't know if that was actually Kitover, the man who was wrongfully deported earlier this year and eventually returned to the United States. Before a Friday check-in at the ICE office in Baltimore, Abrego Garcia, speaking in Spanish, told supporters, "I stand before you as a free man, and I want you to remember."
It said everything Donald Trump does, because there were many people who said that this man will never see again.
That is
especially when he was in that jail in El Salvador. And here he is. He about to be the next senator of New York. He's really transitioned me.
I'm sorry, Naga. A lot of people are deleting comments, so I'm always like, because you know they'll back channel us. Why are y'all deleting comments or whatever? Because it's been okay.
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm just trying to hold man like I just can't believe that somebody believes that the dietary choices available in 2025 are in any way comparable, similar, the same, whatever, as enslaved persons on plantations in 1810. I'm going to have some fried plantain chips from Trader Joe's.
You could just not right here. Yeah.
Exactly. And on top of it, enslaved persons probably burned on average, oh my God. I'm sure there's some research on this. I'm gonna look it up. How many calories on average did an enslaved worker burn in a day?
I can't.
The antebellum. It must have been thousands.
I can't even imagine.
It must have been thousands.
Did they think that they were given all of this time to choose what they were going to eat and, have all day to simmer and, like when I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't even have to research that to understand. Like, what are we saying? They were slaves.
Well, to be fair to Toya, I think then he tried to update it to, well, what about the 30s and 40s? But that also doesn't work.
probably within a quarter of that. They were lucky.
And the idea that black people in the 19th century had higher rates, and early first half of the 20th century, had higher rates of type 2 diabetes than white people has to be the most diabolical idiocy. How would they get type 2 diabetes if they didn't have the calories, the sugar, and they burn 4,000 calories a day?
Did y'all ever talk to your grandparents? My maternal grandma was born in 1920, and she would tell us stories about how their big treat was like a bag of chips, like one bag of chips, and she would eat one chip at a time to get out of the bag, then scratch it back up inside a paper bag and set it aside. And then the next day, one chip.
Yes.
Well, to be fair, I mean, we all know that the chips that they were eating back then had the same Dorito nacho cheese or orange flavor that they have now. Let's be clear. It's the same.
Give me a Granny Loco Ranch, Kimberly. I think what triggered me is I'm being old on the app too much, and now not giving a fuck, and it's fun. Was when he tried to gaslight and lie and say when he said, what did he say? Fried catfish and chitlins, or what was it? Fried catfish and chitlins, but he was talking about all people. So what are we doing?
Nigga, DoorDash this about some ramen.
No, we need to DoorDash him on Plan B.
I'm not talking about you. Get some ramen.
No, I'm making honest perfect chicken. I'm fine.
And I'm not doxing him because he said this on stage plenty of times. The fact that Don't is a chef, this makes this even more funny to me.
Totally agree.
Oh God!
He said that he said earlier that black people, a staple of black diet from say even whatever to now was macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, that part was crazy.
You think black people in 1890 were regularly eating macaroni and cheese?
Yeah.
Where were they getting the cheese?
Pour the milk.
I think in his mind he thinks that slaves like somebody went and cooked for them, and like they had kitchens in the slave quarters.
There was a head slave.
Would they even have had access to an oven? I'm thinking, would that be too far removed? Would they?
Not for them. That would have been if they were on plantations or they were fires. So that thing I was talking about, that bread that I was talking about, is called ash cake. People should look it up. I couldn't remember what it was all the time. I checked. It's called ash cake. The breads they ate, ash cake. People should look it up. You can see it. Ash cake. It's done over hot stones. Dallas, that's the same. I can't believe he said he studied slavery. Still playing on a free.
I always say this. People tend to romanticize the past, and that's definitely what he was doing, talking about the quality of the foods. I mean, that they had access to. Where does that even come from?
He was romanticizing the past of his education.
Yeah.
That's what he was romanticizing his intelligence. People swear they know what they're talking about. Just go read. I actually want to look it up since we're right here. Douglas laid out what they got. An entire up here. Let me actually take. This is what Douglas in my bunch, my freedom. This is Douglas. Actually, this is kind of interesting. Hold on. He tells you what they got. This is for the month. This is for I think these were given out for every 10 to 15 slaves. 8 pounds of pickled pork, or their equivalent in fish, for the month. You know how much we eat pork? Americans eat per month themselves? 4 to 4.5 pounds. One, they got 8 is what else Douglas says. I just lost it. He says they got, we're learning today. He says the pork was tainted, of course, I'm sorry. They did get 1 bushel of Indian meal. So I will give him that on the corn. Unbolted, which was probably, he says 50%. Of which quite 15% was only fit to feed pigs, so they couldn't even eat the whole bushel. 1 pint of salt, 1 pint for 12 and a half people for a month. Watch this. That was it.
When he said they would make a stock to season their food, I was like, did they?
It's insane. I thought he was going to mention hot liquor, which actually can be quite healthy because it's just the boiled down juices from greens, vitamin A, vitamin D, carotene, I don't know, all that stuff. I'm not good with that stuff. He said stock, like beef stock. I'm sorry, y'all have studied slavery. We're the cows. Cow. What is he talking about? You know, I'm pushing it now. Anyway.
No. This is, you have, everybody else can crash on their history, on their culture, on their ancestry. I find it absolutely insulting. Just as not just as a fucking clubhouse talking tactic, not just having Google tell me what the fuck the answer is to a question and not even looking up the source.
And the part that gets
the idea
It's where airing our grievances.
And the part that gets me is if you like have a disagreement or whatever, that's one thing. But on the overtop, can't even get a sentence out or just say what you want to say. It's kind of revealing.
The one that got me, and I have to kind of reorient myself, was when he told me because he had never heard of okra soup, then it couldn't have been. I'm just like, and then because we can't come up with the recipe. Like brother said, I can't come up with the reach out, but I know that's part of Black America. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm reading that book right now, by the way.
Which one?
Reach out.
Oh.
Well, Twitter turns me into a xenophobe because I called him out because he was being anti-Black American. And I was not being xenophobic. I was simply saying, don't default to Black American stereotypes. And then you need to worry about Nigeria. And then he said that I mentioned it so many times, and I didn't. I just said it that one time.
Is that the part?
It's not being xenophobic.
Is that the part when you talked about your body?
Well, I did say he was big bone, so.
Oh.
Big bad.
Yeah. But I'm sorry.
Which is worse.
But I had asked him earlier if he was anti-Black, and he didn't feel the need to do all that. What's going on? Why is this happening?
It all stems from the discrepancy between okra stew and okra soup.
But I just don't understand the incessant need to demand that you know about a person's culture, you know about a person's history, and then say, well, tell me everything. So now because you have said that what I said is wrong, now you have to give me every detail. Now prove to me that you know your fucking history. Excuse me?
But those are all deflections.
Are you? But let's be clear. If anyone else does that on this app, they get dragged appropriately. The fact that he thought that was appropriate and the whole stage didn't absolutely crash on him, I gotta be honest. It's a hard audacity for me.
I mean, Alina also said, to be fair, he doesn't know he's dumb when it comes to stuff about Nigeria as well.
Well,
The last thing I'll say on this is because one of his defeaters was, it wasn't on the menu at Sweet Georgia Brown.
Oh my God. Which is so, but it says a lot, right, about the ignorance. Everybody knows, as Major Park would say, that is exceptional, the most decadent, fatty, expensive, like, pork chop, catfish, greens, sweet potato.
Recipes, the dishes that were being offered, even the sweets are different. On this app and other spaces, is that one of the reasons why we have the argument between sweet potato and pumpkin pie is because some only have a few things, and we hold on to the sweet potatoes over the pumpkin, have a few things, and we hold on to the sweet potatoes over the pumpkin because there ain't shit much else that we eat. Never mind that we talk about food and the differences in what people, if you don't bring up the Great Migration and up north, right, the health condition of the people moving up north were so different that we actually see worse outcomes health-wise moving into these urban areas. Food changing, access to vegetables, and crop change, and they change the lives of people. I mean, like, I don't understand what's going on. How could you talk about a monolith when we know, if nothing else, that the shift in where Black people live changed the outcomes and their lived realities? It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Well, it's disrespectful to claim my up.
It was nasty. One of the things that's fascinating about what said in the Great Migration, it says, are we talking about the house or field slave? House slave ate same food as his and her master. Evidence of that.
Wait, who? Who was this?
Alan said the house slave, whatever that means, that's not actually, it's kind of a fake term, ate the same as his or her master. I need some evidence of that. That's all. So we'll bring Alan up.
Alan, the white man?
He's Armenian. Oh, so yes. So yes.
Well, he's here. Is he here?
Alan, come on.
Let's talk when you can't hide behind your mouth. Just come up and tell us.
Don't come.
Like, what, I just want to, what sources he has that the house slave ate the same as the master.
Regained it about me last week, so I'm just not going to comment on it because, we got to doing a great job about Black history.
But I just want to know if there's evidence of that. I've read the Bully Goon's book on relations in the master's house, and I don't recall her saying that. She's one of the most esteemed historians of slave students.
Is that how you say her name?
This smack you in the face with those old black lady fingers where the knuckles have gnarled in a particular color. You don't want to get smacked by her. She'll smack you too. Great woman. So what is the I'm not high by my badge. I don't want to argue. I'm actually interested in this because I think the house slave, field slave thing, I blame Malcolm X for this, I'm sorry, is totally overplayed. It's also very gendered. The female quote-unquote house slave was victim to certain kinds of torture daily that quote-unquote female field slaves did not have with the same frequency because of forms of proximity, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't know if Alan has Alan's got here. Okay, cool. Thank you, Alan. You're not tired. Black and white difference in colorectal screening and what? What's going on? Black and white differences in colorectal cancer screening and screening outcomes of narrative review.
Everybody watch Django and Gone in
Wait, I'm confused. Wait a minute. I asked him for the evidence about house slaves eating what the master ate, and he gave me an article about black and white differences in colorectal screening, cancer screening, and screening outcomes.
Yeah, because the food gave you colon cancer. I don't know.
Well, and now they do. If we went back to what they ate, we'd have less colon cancer.
Yeah.
Including ash bread.
You don't want the ass cake, bro.
When Alan dreams at night, he's the master of a big plantation, so that he can grab mulattoes in his sleep that are bending over and serving him.
What's happening?
Way more familiar with Alan than you are, First Lady. He comes in here and he's somewhat polite, but we know who the fuck his old racist ass is.
People can change, you know.
He doesn't change in other spaces, though.
Your name is reformed.
But he doesn't change in other spaces, though. That's our point. He's somewhat.
He calls people nigger and everything.
Yeah, he does. I wish I had my original thing so I could show you the crackhead ass shit he would back channel me. This dude is probably one of the worst people on the app. He's not pretending. Like, he's a real white supremacist.
We can call him nicely racist.
Yeah, why do you think 99% of black people can't stand his ass?
Listen, anyway, Black Cake is a good series. No, I'm saying Black Cake is a good series that talks about multiple different cuisines from different, cultures. Because Black Cake,
It's coming on like Netflix or something.
I think it's on Hulu. It's about 2 years old. And you watched it before? Because Black Cake is a dessert that's in different cultures, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. But that's also connected with another person and so on or whatever. But yeah, it's a good show. It's not all about cuisine, but just especially in the beginning, they talked about how a lot of different desserts came from, this part of the place and this part and this, this group of people thought it was them that started it. But then as you continuously do more research, it was like, no, it was this group who actually started it. So, I don't know. I mean, is it possible that people are thinking the same thing in different places and started it, or?
Yeah. Just in the chat, Alan is someone who had PTRs of disparities within race, education, incarceration rates for black people.
We moved on.
Well, I'm just addressing something in the chat, First Lady. I mean, we've gone in on everybody else today. Like, why is Alan any different? He was making.
And isn't it tired? Y'all not tired after doing that? Like, it's exhausting for me. I wasn't even.
I'm working the job now.
He was making false claims in the chat. We always address false claims in the chat. I'm not. Why is he any different? He's no different than anyone else.
Well, it didn't sound like you were addressing the false claim. It sounded like you were going back to history about Clubhouse. But go ahead, address the false claim.
What do you mean history? This was 2 weeks ago.
No, you just said. I heard what I heard you just say. I could be wrong. What I thought I heard you say is this is a person who used to have disparaging things about black people in their PTR. That's what I heard you say.
Right.
I could be wrong.
And most recently, it was a few weeks ago. Okay, so we can't talk about Alan? Okay.
Carry on. Do what you did.
Is it acceptable that there's an Adolf Hitler profile in the chat, a picture of Adolf with his little mustache?
And here goes the other one. Jesus Christ.
I just asked if it was acceptable.
Apparently it is. If you're up here, why not?
I don't roll that way. Let's not blur the distinctions.
I know which way you roll too, sir. You may have some people fooled.
I don't roll with Hitler, and I don't need to fool anybody. I'm transparent. I do nothing to hide.
He damn sure don't roll with Hitler, man. Come on now, seriously.
Where's the Hitler profile?
Keep the same energy you would keep in healthy debates and IGB norm.
Top row, I mean, it's somebody who I esteem, by the way, so I'm surprised. I'm not sure where we're going with it, It's somebody who I otherwise like.
Yeah, I see it as well.
Actually, a depiction of Trump as Hitler. It's not Hitler himself, to be clear.
Oh, okay. Well, that's more reasonable, I guess. It says that Donald Trump has poisoned the blood of America. So it is like a message.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, carry on. Commence with
You know, young people
I
are
mean,
really
I
not.
love to,
It's really
I love to read.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Tim?
Young people are literally Nazis. Like, there's this whole big thing at my alma mater where one of the conservative newspapers got shut down because the board shut it down. They like Hitler. They're Nazis.
What? Trump was right. It is 14 at this time. Well, at least that's what's being reported. I don't know. Hold on a few more
14
minutes.
deceased where? At Brown.
I can read. I was about to read some of that. So, yeah, no? All right, hostage and ceasefire in Gaza. Israel claimed to have killed a senior Hamas commander, Raid Said, in the strike in action. Hamas called a breach of current truth. Storm conditions are bad in Gaza, with 14 Palestinians have died from. Oh, that's weather. Sorry, let me go back up. 2 U.S. soldiers and a civilian interpreter were killed in an ambush. See an amount of people dead. So I'll get some more and come back.
Talk about Brown. Maybe Brown, that's real quick. I just when I saw 14 dead.
While you find that this is a little more lighthearted, but doesn't involve Donald Trump, it's not news, but for those of you who are,
Yes.
when I tell you guys that this guy's a theater queen, this is exactly how Niles on Frasier would do the coin toss. Don't even do it. Beaver, don't even, you can't even do it. This was the strangest, this was the strangest. Yeah, this guy's a queen of the highest order. I'm not gonna hold you. This dude is a musical queen. I'm sorry. This is insane.
But what's wrong with being a musical queen?
Nothing's wrong with it. Go look at that toss. He looked like
He had never tossed a coin before.
oh my God, I've never seen that before. It didn't flip. The coin went straight up, go straight down.
I think it turned over like once in Paris. I think it turned over like.
Oh my God. All right, 14 dead at Brown. Where are you getting that from, girl?
I'm still researching, sorry.
We all agree Donald Trump, his mind is gone, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Increasingly when I see him do any kind of speaking, gone. I mean, it's early. I mean, I didn't feel that way about Biden until the end of 2022, early 2023. But Donald Trump is gone.
I mean, with Biden for that, and that's why I didn't feel that that was fair, because he was clearly sick the day of that debate. His team revealed that they had him running around all damn day. And I can tell you, after I turned 40, like as active as I was, I couldn't run around all damn day and then prepare for like a major debate at the end of the night. I'm not sure why they didn't have him resting and he wasn't even feeling well, because his points were clear. He actually wasn't that much off on a lot of the things that he said when they went and fact checked him. Like maybe the numbers, but it's hard to recount, that information. So I admire anybody who can recount all of that data like that just based on those. Remember when he gave that speech for the 4th of July and he said that the George Washington overran the airports? I was like, now, this man is wealthy, he has an education, but, I mean, come on. And then when he literally took the black magic marker, he said oranges for origins, and it's just like a lot of his speech, a lot of the things that he says, even though we all watched that infamous press conference where he doubled down on, can't we just drink bleach? Now, that's to his intellect, right? But if you pay attention to his speech now, there was he was walking to the helicopter, the plane, whatever. Melania was clearly helping to hold him up. Like if you've seen some of the recent footage, he's veering off to the right. Has anybody seen that? And then there are some people that are breaking down like those bruises on his hand that they're trying to say is from handshaking. He's clearly been getting, they're either taking blood or something. Like, come on, it is clear he does seem to be a little bit off. He's sleeping more. He seems more confused. So I doesn't even have anything to do with me not liking the guy. Like when it gets to that point, just go and spend time with your family and your loved ones. Like the America, it's not worth it.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, MAGA is as bad as the Democrats. Y'all are
I'm in the chat. Hey, yeah, I mean, we not me. I was calling by. Couldn't keep it the whole time, but I'll say this: we were definitely like in denial. Beaver, Matt Cool, some other people that were feeling too. They are totally in denial. If you think that Donald Trump's cognitive is the same now as it was, dude falls asleep regularly now on camera. Insane.
Yeah, like all the time. And his ass be sleeping. Like sleeping, not nodding off, like pass the fuck out, not the fuck out.
I mean, there's even things in the way that he speaks, right? So a big tell.
Okay, Bieber, bye, bitch. You want to say quiet piggy? Oh, wait, are you saying that is an insult that he's given? I'm going to give you a pass there. But otherwise, be careful, motherfucker.
Huh?
Yeah, carry on. I'm okay.
His syntax, the way that his syntax has changed, very short, very few words, limited vocabulary. He repeats phrases over and over again. There's not jokes when he's speaking perennially. You can see he's really struggling. I mean, I'm just saying, this gets his close attention to how people speak. It's very clear.
It's obvious. And especially when we said that Biden was doing so badly, and then we found out that he actually has a cancer diagnosis, so he could have been getting treatments. I know I'm conjecturing now, but like, have y'all seen out and about? Like, he's so much better, right? But yeah, it's you'd have to be even his rant. They're getting worse. Like. He's even alluding to the fact that he's getting worse. Like when he said, "I know it's not right for me to talk about these Somalians and their all of the terrible things that he said." Like he's even acknowledging that he's being more unhinged now, which is unusual for this man.
Yeah, it's not funny. I mean, he used to at least put a little razzle that on it, make it a little funny, where you couldn't be like, "Oh, that's horrible," but it's not even funny.
And that arm, have y'all noticed, what is it, his right or his left arm that he tries to hide, or it looks like it doesn't have as much movement? Has anybody noticed that? There are some doctors that do like these daily breakdowns of him, which I think is just fascinating. Like MAGA, the walk. You could clearly tell that there are some instances where people are holding him up. Come on, guys. Like, this is still the
I mean, I'm going to chant my statement. 14 people dead from Gaza. Gaza had left 14 people dead, including 3 children. Sorry about that. It was Gaza, not the active shooting situation.
Thank you very much. Reform, insisting on the content. Can you please describe in detail the pain that you believe is Trump is suffering currently with the right arm? Can you go into detail? Is he limping?
No, it looks like it's immobile. It would appear, and I'm not. I wish. I'm following a bunch of these people.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, not like an old dude that's literally turning to wax and mummifying before our eyes. They're surmising, and I'm gonna see if one of these guys that I follow on Instagram, that he had a mild stroke, and that which would make sense. Like the veering off to one side. He looks like he can't stand up. His words are slurred. And yeah, it looks like that arm is almost immobile. Have y'all seen that?
He could probably be having various mini strokes in between as well.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things is when
MAGAs like Matt Cool tries to talk about how, sharp Trump is and Biden wasn't, and then say had stage 5 prostate cancer. Matt Cool, break down for us what stage 5 cancer is. Break down stage 5, brother.
Okay, that's down.
Where are the funny names? And it just calls Letitia James Peekaboo. That's not even funny.
And I just wanted to, Matt Cool and Beaver, just go and feel free if you're not going to come up in the chat what you think of Trump's highlights from his UN visit. Allegations of triple sabotage. The most prominent personal complaints involve 3 technical malfunctions that Trump later labeled as sinister events and triple sabotage by the UN. An escalator stopped moving while Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were riding it to enter the building. He later claimed it was an attempt to make them fall onto sharp edges. The broken teleprompter that malfunctioned hit him to actually speak off script, which every president in history has been able. Sound system failure. Trump alleged that the auditorium sound was completely off, stating that world leaders cannot hear unless they use interpreter earpieces. He just bashed the UN for an entire, I believe, 8 minute speech.
You got that Gaza plan through, got the hostages back. That's pretty historic.
What's historic about getting hostages back? Happens in every presidency.
I'm not aware of ever getting hostages. I think when he got the Security Council resolution on it, I think that was unusual. It's an achievement.
Well, what's the achievement?
Getting the Security Council to sign off on this 20-point Gaza plan.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, anything else?
Well, somebody mentioned the UN. I mean, the neglect is the most important thing.
Enlighten us.
What's the UN plan?
I just did
What's the
21.
most important thing?
What I just did, the 21 Gaza plan, are you paying attention or not?
Ooh, spicy, Norm.
Wait a minute, I have a list here of, there was a prisoner, Gilad Shalit, in 2011, one of the most high-profile shooters ever.
Yeah.
Israeli soldier.
We got one person.
Let me just read it. Let me just read it for people who don't know. What is wrong? Why can't people just learn? I didn't know this. You know what? You don't want people to learn. Fuck it.
We just participating with just
Can you participate until I didn't hear me reading? I was in my reading notes. No, it's okay. You just get Steve Cronin and whatever you want to fight. I'm not gonna fight you. We'll get Steve.
all we have to contribute. I'm not fighting with you.
I got 4 words in here. Someone happened once. I was there. It was one guy. It's just, okay,
No. They treated like
oh my God.
people.
You're Trump and Israel. Can we move off of Israel? I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. We don't. It came in through the UN. That's why I mentioned it.
No, it didn't. It came because many people are dead today in Gaza. That was the news that the lady at first gave. People dead in Gaza. That is the news she gave.
I think it was Aaron talking about the escalator and the teleprompter.
Aaron.
Was it Aaron? I don't know. I'm not looking at my.
Are you from Aaron, bro?
No, bro. I'm driving.
Aaron's not in here.
Beg your pardon?
Aaron? He's not in here.
He hasn't been in here. He hasn't been in here in a minute.
Okay. We're driving on a twisty mountain road in the dark. I'm not looking at
So
my phone.
why are you listening to us?
I can listen. I just can't look.
You're listening to what you're all about.
To defend Trump, just for the record.
Not defending Trump. I'm mentioning what he accomplished at the UN, which was stupid of you.
To be fair,
You see how triggered you are? See, I didn't insult you. I didn't insult you. Yeah, your weak and watered down argument has to immediately go to
Nobody insulted
it's on him.
To be fair, he often operates like big bomb.
I do wonder. He said he's gonna be out all.
Picture of Hitler while I'm still watching the road.
Fucking that's crazy. You want to pay him? You don't think that's at all stupid? You want to talk about stupid? That's stupid.
He's been up there
That's
for
stupid behavior. You could actually hit another driver, by the way.
Right. Well, thanks for explaining how cars work. That was very helpful. Real quick, I'm going to give you some more breaking news. This is just breaking, very, very unconfirmed, but there are more shots fired at Governor Street. There's a new report of more shots fired.
Oh, I know where Governor said they got the wrong person.
I get to see back to you, man.
Nicole Malakatowski, however you pronounce her name.
Yeah.
She said that what they're proposing will help bring down the premiums by 12%.
This is the house. The house. What is their proposal?
I don't know. She's just babbling on CNN right now, but 12%, what they're proposing, I can't see how that would be possible.
I don't know, man. I mean, now it's Saturday, so the people who said that there wouldn't be a vote, they have to be quiet. People like me who suggested they would solve it by Thursday, we were wrong. So the people who said that they won't get anything done all into the midterms, they still have they're in the lead first place. So you and I are in second place.
I don't really understand this open enrollment ends on Monday. Well,
They extend some of the plans that they offered. Well, that was in the Senate, was to extend the enrollment. So hopefully, whatever they're proposing, they will add that in it as well. I'm not sure.
Oh, I mean to be covered on January 1st. So they could extend it, but you wouldn't be able to be immediately covered, I assume. Oh, I don't know. I'll look it up.
Yeah, if they extend it, they will. Okay, does not extend. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. So the House GOP's healthcare plan, the vote expected next week, does not include extension to affordable care subsidies. So they're not looking at subsidies at all. Expands availability of association health plans, which allow employers to purchase coverage and lower cost of benefits.
This is the one where they were planning, they were saying it would lower costs.
To lower drug costs. What? How? They should be doing that anyway. Yeah, that's it. That's all that they gave.
It's crazy. The Republicans want to lose the Senate, and this is what I'm getting. You can take that issue off the table. I don't know why they want this on the table. So they clearly don't want to be in charge of this thing. It's bucket, 2 tears in a bucket.
Yeah, if I don't know, it said in the past 72 hours, 14 people in Kitover have died from CNN.
Yeah, and where are they getting that number from?
Oh my God.
Let me call up to the
How does she know?
producer.
They'll tell you what
Let me call Sam next. I'm
Check
watching
when it's time to make a turn on the road. You just look down your phone and check.
Oh man, it's gonna start snowing soon. Gotta be careful.
Nobody cares.
Somebody, yeah.
Oh, I care. The only one who knows is me.
No one else cares.
Well, that's it. The people that I love care.
Have the drive you deserve.
I'm not looking for love in all these wrong places.
But you are. You're forcing yourself.
No, but I ain't.
Conversation. Okay.
The
We'll continue to talk to people who don't care about you and don't care whether or not
Well, you don't speak for them. I don't know if you realize that, but you don't speak for other people.
Okay. Moving on.
Probably my spirit doesn't. Maybe I know everybody doesn't like me, but
sometimes I just think about like the spirit one emits in the world. I just hope I don't have my spirit doesn't do that. I just hope it don't. I just hope it doesn't. I just hope that. And if it does, the people please back channel. If it does to anybody, I'm asking, please just back channel me and let me know why and I'll change it. I just I don't want like this on your life. I don't know if I feel how this personality. I just don't know.
Well, Jazzy said you heard her feelings.
She can back channel me. I apologize, Jazzy.
Don't feel bad. You done hurt everybody's feelings on this stage at least once.
Yeah, but people, my feelings get hurt too. But I'm saying I don't want that spirit.
Don't is mean to me all the time.
I'm not mean to you.
It's your heart, bro.
I'm not. You sure? Okay.
You might want
You're in the matrix. Concentrate on the road.
Look out for that tree on the bend there, Norm.
There's a moose coming up. Avoid it.
Or no. And then we'll just see where it goes.
That was mean. That was mean. But don't run into a deer. Just since we were talking about people in the South, people think that you can like knock down the deer. It will fuck up your vehicle and you just FYI.
running into a deer. I was saying, go, you might want to ease up on the stay off like, oh, that's what I'm doing.
Let's start with what's right with it.
15 minutes.
I mean, some people feel that way.
15 minutes.
I mean, some people feel that way about you.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't dare wish that you would hit or that you would hit a
Some
deer.
people feel the same
I wouldn't dare wish that from you, sir.
JD.
Okay, well then you can just go ahead, right? Because I'm not gonna deal with you today. So y'all gonna get your little boy, get your little friend, get your little friend, get your little boy, get your little friend, get your little friend, get your friend.
You can't come for me. You really can't.
Oh my God.
What you can do is.
I don't need to come for you, sir. You're the one that wants to come for me because I asked a question. I asked a question. What's right about it? Wishing somebody get hit or hit a deer is wrong. But you know what? You want to be nasty, you want to be evil, and so carry on. I don't have to decide to do anything. I can decide what God has for me. I said what I said. And? The hell? Literally, just come up just being evil for no daggone reason. I gotta come for you.
And that's the spirit I'm talking. You see, that's the spirit. You see how I don't want to.
No, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Period. So as long as you want to keep them caping and coping and hiding under the rocks for what's wrong behavior and not correcting it, then you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem.
That may be true. Well, first of all, Norman Otis Day didn't see.
You, sir, he's not here for me.
I think he is.
He's not here for me. He's not here for me at all.
I think he is here for you.
No, he really isn't. He's not here for me.
I think he is.
No, he's
To
not.
just prove why he's here for you. I literally think that's why he's here.
No. He's not here. He's here for you, sir.
No,
That's
he's
the
not
reason
here
why
for
I
me.
said for you to get your friend.
If he's here for me, if he was here for me, I'd be talking about Hondo Xerxes, but I'm not. He's not here for me.
Well, give it a minute. If we'd have gave it a minute, I'm sure he did.
What do you know? There's that spirit I was telling you about. There are people on this app that have a spirit, and I don't want to racialize it, but they frequently are. They're non-black people, and they get black people going back and forth with each other. I don't want that spirit. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, there are some black people or non-black people who claim to be black.
Yeah.
It's a slow motion crap.
No, that's how we like it. We're old. We can't do it fast no more.
We're above the rim.
Yeah, just on the you'll get here soon once you get old, over 32. First lady, I'm saying that the spirit, people come and they troll and they have histories and they get people worked
hands off Alan. Well, they leave like Alan. And then other people start arguing based off that spirit.
No.
Okay.
To be honest with you, the person who started it was actually brother, because brother said, we're not. And then somebody came back and reaffirmed, well, yeah, I think it'd be good. And I'm like, well, what's right about that? Oh, because I said, what's right about that? That allowed somebody to want to attack me for no reason, and nobody calls out that bad behavior? But it's okay? But that spirit is fucking okay?
Okay, the spirit.
That spirit is okay, is what you're saying. That spirit is okay, but you got a problem with Moon spirit.
Yes.
Well, all spirits are wrong, period.
Okay. I don't,
The devil is in both of them. How about that?
Okay.
Well, that's what I said, and I'm saying it on both of them.
How about that? The devil's in you. You attack me first. Fuck up, little bitch. You attack me first.
I didn't attack you first because I asked you a question. You're on stage. You're on stage. And then you said something. But I can't fucking ask you a fucking question. Fuck off, bitch.
You're lying. You're lying. Yeah, kiss my ass, you bitch ass nigga. I go for all you pussies that like a fight with fucking women. You just
For no reason, because I asked you what's right with it. I asked you what's right with it. What's right with it? Wanting to see somebody fucking hit a deer. What's right with that? The fuck?
look at you blood pressure for these bitch ass niggas.
No, I ain't got no fucking blood pressure problems. Man, my fucking pressure needs to go the fuck up. Shit. Ain't nothing in my fucking veins to say I gotta take no blood pressure medicine or whatever. Shit. Ass white. Somebody asks you a question and then you gotta go the fuck off for no fucking reason. Just because you don't like me. If you don't like me, stay the fuck away from me. Because I'm not gonna fucking be silenced just because of your bitch asses on the fucking stage. What the fuck you think you are? You don't want shit in this motherfucker. Oh, but let out so you can go make another room about me. This story could fucking be successful. Off of my motherfucking bed, bitch. That go to that.
How's everybody doing today? And I just break tomatoes.
I asked you a goddamn question and you want to sit there and want to show your ass. You want to pull down your motherfucking ass and show it. Fuck you! Really fucking piss me off because I asked you a question. Bitch, if you think I'm not gonna fucking talk in this motherfucker, you got the wrong motherfucking one. Go find somewhere else to be. Any other?
Oh my God. Did you just say anybody want their hands called? Is that what's going on?
You want to talk about it?
No, that's okay.
Wait, what you need to say?
Hold on, but they did no, I'm asking about a real toss, a house salad with vinaigrette and croutons.
brother.
Listen, we started off with the tossed salad. A house salad, well, I can't speak for everybody, so we don't like that.
Aren't you Christians supposed to be in the holiday spirit? What's going on here today? What Christians? What Christians you talking about? You got smoke too? Everybody. What Christians you talking about? All of the Christians. Everybody's supposed to be in the holiday spirit. You and Otis love gospel. I don't celebrate Christmas.
actually enjoy Christmas. I think it's a holiday that can be celebrated by multiple faiths because there's a tree, there's sparkling lights.
Oh, can you put a tree up?
I mean, the tree is pretty pagan, right? So
I'm just asking. You said you like the tree.
I love a good tree with the lights and the ribbon on it. Yeah, I do.
Why do y'all do that? What would y'all
There's a lot of Egyptian Muslim people that
y'all get antagonistic instead of just moving out the way? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all start getting aggy and y'all start picking. It's almost like y'all want to get cussed out too.
But Penny, we're talking about Christmas. I'm in the Christmas spirit. I'm getting dressed to go to a Christmas party.
You Christian. Like, let's not play.
So that's why I said go. No, first lady, go. I just, and we move on just like that.
Why did you boo me, Penny? Damn, Penny.
I'll
I'll
tell you.
Penny.
Yeah, you still talking, so you asked me a question. Right? Because this is what I'm not going to do.
What is
Okay,
going
when you're aggy. Right? I thought you Christians are supposed to, let's just move on. We can on. Y'all get aggy when we can just move on. Y'all love seeing people who are clearly ready to empty the clip.
Penny's camp gave it to people about how she filed divorce because she caught him texting other bitches.
Did you guys talk about the shooting at Brown?
We have.
We've been dodging the bullets in here lately, but if you want to refresh.
So, this was over text messages? Like, there had to be more than text.
No, well, she was already, and it's over time, things add up, and then that's the straw that broke the camel's back. But I feel like you've been cheating for a minute.
I mean, she's always gone. She's always on the move. I'm not excusing it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were true.
Do y'all remember? It was years ago were they fighting because Todd wanted to get an apartment in Atlanta because he and his friends would be shutting down the clubs and he didn't want to have to drive all the way out to the Atlanta suburbs, so he wanted to get an apartment. That was an apartment for bitches, and he was cheating.
That's what you think? Remember, she made him get rid of his condo in New York, right?
Exactly. He been trying to find little nooks and hideaways.
Yeah, well, the Brown situation, allegedly, well, apparently, correct number, the person they had in custody wasn't the right person. And the person at large, if I'm not mistaken, is shooting something. I think that's what Trump came up to say. I heard that he was left out of the house. So, what's going on with them cats from the wrong person and then they got the right person and put it out? They did that the same thing with the current situation. Oh, we got the right person. Oh, we got the person. Come on, wasn't even the right person. Why are they reporting this kind of stuff?
Wait, there was shooting today? I saw it.
Yeah, Brown.
Where?
Brown
Brown
University.
University.
Oh, damn. Anything else?
There's no details at all. They're just saying multiple people shot and suspect is still at large.
Wait, I thought we had it's casualties the last time you said. And you got folks who you were told to kill?
Permanently
Yes.
fatalities.
That was brought up. I have a special announcement for those of us who remember Riley. This is on his Instagram, as we still follow each other, but he's named as the ACLU Pennsylvania's new president of the board of directors. So, y'all remember Riley? He was on the app. Great brother, great.
We are in December. This school shooting is now number 770. Roughly 5.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I was just saying, so they're saying this school shooting day, Brown marked is now the 70th year of 2025 years out over dead. And quick math is just approximately 5 months. That's fucking outrageous.
I think a while ago we had a conversation here about weed. I saw something on CNBC about Trump going to sign an executive order reclassifying marijuana next week.
Yes, Jim and I spoke on that briefly. What is it supposed to do, Ken?
Let me pull this up. President Trump is expected to issue an executive order as soon as Monday that would allow for reclassification of marijuana. A person familiar with the matter told CNBC today such a move would allow cannabis companies to fall under different tax regulations and encourage investment.
That'll be a great thing if he really fucking does it. Been hearing that since the last administration.
Most states have already done that, right? We just need it on a federal level.
Yeah. Some states.
Some states.
Wait, so what happens with the reclassification?
Okay, so the cannabis companies would be allowed to actually get bank accounts, right? So because of the current classifications, if you were a weed company, you were debanked basically.
You could have a bank as a weed company if you're in the industry. What is this? You can't get financing and funding from the bank.
Well, maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought I had heard that people would regularly have their bank accounts shut down because
that was early on. Maybe on the full weed side way, because the CBD apple side that way.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go through like purchase processors. You should, rob you for every fucking sale you got. But now there's some banks that are willing to open accounts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yes, now they can get investment, like you said, Haitian.
And research.
Research is another big one. Yeah.
Additionally, when it comes to like felony charges, because we got a lot of brothers still doing football numbers behind having weight.
So what does that have? How would this coincide with the agriculture thing that they did last week? Remember they did something with agriculture and marijuana? Like, would this complicate things? Agriculture, didn't something last week or something?
Come on, hand bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the hand bill, what they're trying to do is take it out where almost they don't have any THC in the plant, right? Because what happens is you get the same. Okay, I don't know if you've seen THCA on the market. THCA is basically marijuana. So when it's heated, it basically turns into that. So that's why they're trying to get around that loophole. That's the loophole that we have to be able to sell it. So they're trying to trip sales, but I don't think it's going to go through because that's supposed to be all about a year from now. Another part of it, why they're trying to fuck with the agri industry is because the alcohol beverage companies, believe it or not, I'm sure you guys have seen THC drinks in your bars, gas stations, whatever the fuck you go to. So that right now is about, well, they're out there and the companies are pretty pissed off because it's about $28 billion adding extra to the industry with that. So you're going to start feeding more. For example, you have a Circle K gas station, Mike?
A what?
Circle K?
No.
Alright, well, anyone who had those, you'll start seeing them today. They have refrigerators where they're supplying them. Now, who's supplying them is the beer beverage companies. So that's who's also trying to get into it to make them as well, to make their money off of it.
That makes sense because alcohol consumption is way down.
There you go.
And cannabis consumption is way up. That makes perfect sense.
So that's why they're trying to get illegal for people that's actually in the industry, and they actually want to be able to take that over on the alcohol side.
Yeah. This is just random. Did y'all see that they were attacking the CEO of Uncle Nearest Von Weaver for something, I guess, how she treated somebody that approached her? Since y'all mentioned alcohol, but I'm really disappointed in what's happening there. But back to
Well, if it happens, in my opinion, it'll be good.
I mean, young people just aren't as into the vices of the elders of the day, of the old. It's actually kind of interesting when you look at the data in terms of Gen Z. They're just not doing some of those things that were considered standards for decades.
I barely drink alcohol. I drink THC drinks, but not too much alcohol consumption.
Well, Trump pissing the Canadians off so that they're getting less of our stuff too, certainly. I have something, if we have a lull in the conversation. This is from Bloomberg Law. A judge goes on trial Monday for helping an undocumented immigrant evade federal authorities, a first for the American legal system. The FBI arrested Wisconsin State Trial Judge Hannah Dugan in April for ushering a migrant criminal defendant out of her courtroom away from awaiting immigration enforcement officers. Jurors must weigh whether Dugan's decision to assist a migrant in her courtroom means she is guilty of obstructing a federal agency and concealing a defendant. While proponents of convicting Dugan say the trial is critical to preserving federal privacy over immigration law, critics of President Donald Trump say jurors should vindicate Dugan's actions, her powers to control her courtroom, and thwart unlawful actions by the government. Arguments that Dugan holds criminal immunity for her in-court actions were rejected by U.S. District Judge Lynn Adelman, who will preside over the trial. And I'll put that in the chat for those who want to read further into it. Shout out to her, and I hope she does not have to go to jail.
Where was that? Was that New York? Wisconsin.
Sorry, it was off mute. Wisconsin.
Thank you.
I would say good evening, suburban blacks, but niggas think that's a pejorative, so I'll say good evening. Regular blacks, normal, and everyone else in between. Thank you.
It's neurodivergent.
How you doing?
What up, Concrete? Haitian.
Nah, don't say what's up to me, Devon. Yeah, I'm finishing the Army Navy. Army's down about
This is
We've never argued. I try to just actually like everybody else.
It's the grocery, bro.
It's a little crazy.
The grocery.
Let's hear it. Now, what's the problem?
Leave it alone.
Okay, before y'all get into it, I don't know why I feel like reading, but here we go. Trump's change to what harm species adds risk in logging areas. For those of you that are worried about the endangered species, the Trump administration's pending deletion of the Endangered Species Act definition of harm. So now he's after the animals too. Wonderful. Will have an outsized impact on imperiled species in Northwest forest targeted for logging, especially the northern spotted owl, environmental attorneys say. Habitat for several species, including the threatened owl and the endangered marbled murrelet seabird, don't know what that is, overlap with federally managed forests in Oregon, Washington, and California, where logging is expected to increase under the White House emergency orders in a new law that requires a roughly 75% increase in timber harvesting in national forests by 2034. Without adequate suitable places to live and reproduce, species go extinct, said Melinda Taylor, senior lecturer at the University of Texas at Houston School of Law. Repealing the definition of harm would undermine almost all of the regulatory framework in place to protect endangered species. So Trump administration, once again, just fucking shit up for absolutely no reason at all. Isn't that lovely? Just want to read that. I do agree, Agent. A lot of clear people will lose their mind and taking away the habitat for the animals. I happen to agree with them. I'm just not gonna, go out and like put red dye on your fur coat kind of person. But yeah, that's just kind of fucked up. Why do we need to redefine what harm is? Anyway, I just read that. I wanted to share. That's it.
Thank you for sharing. Thanks for that thing you sent me, Miki. That Cadillac, the Cadillac series with Diggable Planets doing a cool like that, riding around in a Cadillac. That's a nice little series.
Do you follow it? Yeah, because they have all of the OGs. They had Selena Johnson. They just had Hurricane Chris and Bebe. They have so I'll put it in the chat too. It's I'm seeing it on Facebook. It's probably on Instagram. So people ride around in this nice ass Cadillac with the leather seats convertible, and they have a lot of current and older R&B.
Tiny Desk, love Tiny Desk performances. Those little intimate performances. Kim did one. I mean, everybody's done Tiny Desk. I'm sure you guys have looked at it.
Oh yeah, I love Tiny Desk. Yeah, I'm gonna share the Diggable Planets one because I'm cool like that. But if y'all follow it, they do a lot of groups. Like I saw Selena Johnson, and some others. So yeah, shout out to Cadillac for doing that. I think that's kind of cool.
Wait. Oh, y'all saw what Owen just put in the chat? Leslie Hunt is something. He's something.
I saw him in an interview yesterday say, someone was interviewing him, he said, maybe it was old, but I just saw it yesterday. He said, we've never had a black statewide official elected in Texas. Which is kind of astounding if you think about it. It really is astounding. But everybody thinks Texas is good for black people. You can't even elect an official statewide, that's their decision. And South Carolina has elected black people statewide in the last 10 years. Anyway, Georgia, North Carolina, but Texas is HEB.
And I had to look, because I was like, Barbara Jordan? Nope, not Barbara Jordan. Nope, not she.
And he goes, well, you've also never had an Army Ranger. You've also never had someone with the Army family lineage name. And he named like 6 things they've never had, which I guess it did. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, but this is the gist of it. He said, I'm so much more than my skin color. Obviously, being black is not about skin color. That's like the dumbest thing anybody could say. So, this is not important, and then you can't about racism.
No, but
everyone's going to take this seriously from him. I'm sorry, go.
Okay, but the claim is what is just because it was a black Republican woman making fun of his ashy ankles. That was the racism claim.
What?
Y'all already know. Click the link.
I don't have Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, wait. Let me crack that.
It was about his ankles.
Okay, he was saying that the racism was a black Republican sharing a picture of him and his wife at the White House where he was wearing, those flooded like ankle pants, and his ankles were ashy. Like, let me just read it.
The red ankles got dude looking like he just did a tap dance routine in a bag of flour. Oh, that is racist.
She's black.
Like jump Toye. I was like, come on, man.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking about the Negro social protectionism that y'all have to engage in whenever y'all feel that the community is under attack, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know y'all have. So one second, I'm gonna lie. So yeah, y'all have numbers, and you have a loud voice, and you have structural power. So obviously you can always, drown out your dissenters, but it's not healthy. You have to be able to face people who don't agree with you, and you have to be able to deal with it in a, intellectual way.
You're not in
And
the
fight,
right.
and if you can't scream, fight, and it's happening.
I'm sorry, guys. I know I don't do that.
See, one thing,
But I'm serious.
what's he talking about?
So wait, Mega, I'll bring him back
You're
up.
not doing this, bro. You're gonna do this
So
again.
ChatGPT says that do judicial races count for statewide offices?
No. Executive. No. Executive.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a couple of those. Okay, my bad. Go ahead and pontificate.
Concrete. Is this about the ones they
No, this is about the prior jumping of Toye. It's on the.
Go back to that. We're
No,
not.
I'm not going back to that. I'm talking
Can we
about.
finish the ones that you uncombo first?
Yeah, of course, brother.
They just wrote the next one. Okay. So the lady's a black Republican.
I put the link in the chat. Yes, she is a black Republican woman. She's an NRSCC, the Republican something.
Senatorial campaign.
Yeah, she's black Republican. Yeah, she
Where'd you
just.
put it?
It's a link to a Substack post in the chat.
Alright, let me see. What's the lady's name? Oh, here it is. Well, it was Jennifer the After. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Wait a minute. So, his claim is that she was being racist. Wait, what's the quote? Making racist comments after controversial. Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. All right, I guess the moment's over. Go ahead, Concrete. Fucking, he lost all steam for that combo. He interrupted the middle. I forgot what I was gonna say. Good.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, good. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. You just gotta know, there should be some balance. It can't just be all fucking dashikis and incense. It should be able to, the non-dashiki words should be able to, contribute and, challenge ideas. It can't be, unless you wear dashiki, you can't speak here. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Really quickly, do you believe that the pursuit is part of Black American food?
Yeah, I don't care, sir. Sorry, I don't care.
So the dashiki wear.
All I care about is whether or not somebody can be able to make their points without getting jumped by all the people who say they know everything, right? The I know everything crew shouldn't have to use.
I didn't move him the second time.
So the I know everything crew should be able to walk somebody down intellectually. We should be able to, as the audience.
Concrete, why do you feel you've been coming? No, I'm sorry.
What are you doing? What's going on?
Because I was given instructions by people that we're not going to argue with people. We're just going to move them down. If you have, let me just make this announcement on behalf of Politically Correct. If you have an issue with how this room is run, please feel free to back channel one of the mods, and they will communicate that to Patty, our First Lady. But otherwise, we're really not going to allow stage time for you to fuss, wag your finger.
But it's okay for you to wag your finger. Okay.
This is Clubhouse.
This is a suggestion box, Concrete. Just put
Okay, Concrete, and you just got booted from the room. This is Clubhouse. This is a free social audio app. You are not required nor mandated to be here. You are not required nor mandated to agree with anything that occurs in this space. There is the leave quietly button. And if you're unable to do so yourselves, and you constantly make appeals to the moderators of the space, then we will exit yourself. Wait, that didn't come out right. I'm gonna put your ass out of the motherfucking room. Okay? God damn it. What you're not gonna do is, no, I'm just kidding. Please don't come up in here and attempt to moderate the space, number one. Number two, attempt to tell us how we should moderate the space. You're welcome.
See, if you let somebody slide, they gonna ice skate. He was the apology police yesterday, and now he's the mod police today. See how they go? See, when you let somebody shenan, they will shenan again. This is why I told y'all yesterday
put himself in the audience.
Oh, he did. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
But there was an awesome sauce from last night, y'all.
Somebody put me in the group I was about to, but I'll do myself again. Thank you though.
I didn't put you in the group. Hey, inflation. I don't have any problem telling you why.
Put me in the group on me, kidding me.
No, I don't want to sit her. It's not about me. But no, I'm addressing. We did have an awesome sauce room last night, y'all. Sometimes those, middle of the night rooms. I don't know why we're all up, and we're having a good time. So we shared pictures. We talked about the good old days. It was a bunch of like Gen X people. I think the youngest person in the room on stage was like, 35? And we just shared pictures. Spirit had some really beautiful pictures. Haitian, oh my gosh. Pastor Rodney, who only had one friend and listened from the goo, came on stage. Pastor Rodney was awesome sauce. So we were just sharing, vibing, talking about the good old days. Even Joe B was sharing her pictures from when she was little at Wardo. So yeah, y'all, it was so cool. So shout out, I saw some.
I slept right through it. But
You did, First Lady. We had a time.
I woke up every now and then. I checked out a few people's pictures.
Yeah, we had a time.
But no, wait a minute. I was the one that introduced you to Pastor Roy.
Yes,
I gave him that name.
You did. Shout out to Pastor. He has 6 girls and 1 son. So y'all, we were sharing his grandbaby is like one of the. That's how the old folks was vibing last night. Okay. So we did. We had a good ass time. So shout out to Rob showed his baby girl. Oh my gosh, she is so cute. Let me hush because we were just ooh and ah the whole for at least 3-4 hours or something. You would have been proud of us, First Lady. We really did.
I was. I told you.
Thank you.
But I wasn't there.
I thought I saw you come off mic like once or twice.
I did, and I tried to get in a conversation, but y'all was talking. I said, I ain't gonna get in that.
Well, I think Timothy was talking about something, y'all just completely took it off track.
No, Concrete forced us off the path because he's
We're not talking
horrible.
about the whole stage.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just, I brought that Wesley Hunt thing up because he's somebody who says we shouldn't have Black History Month, that we should never mention race, and he is using this opportunity to show himself as neutral by calling out a Black woman for saying that his ankles are ashy and he looked like he tap dancing in flowers. Like, he's obviously ingratiating himself to whiteness by saying, look at how fair I am. I'm against when Blacks invoke race too. But, the moment passed. Sorry.
Wait, who said that? So I can go and follow her on social media because that's funny as hell.
It was hilarious. Her name is Jennifer DeCasper. She used to work for Tim Scott from the Washington Post. That was about the new Black MAGA kids. She had some good quotes there. Basically about how young Black MAGA, they're fake conservatives.
This is true. Okay, because y'all get it. He tap dances, but he's tap dancing the flower. Thank you, because that's funny as hell. I'm sorry, that's funny as shit. Let me go follow that good conservative sister. Joking?
It's very Black humor, so it's just an interesting turn there from Wesley.
And he talks about race all the time with his big banana head. Like, he literally fucking talks about race all the time. I can't stand him.
Concrete sucked the air out of the room.
Were neoliberal and MAGA earlier talking about the numbers for Jasmine Crockett? Was I mistaken?
Oh yeah, oh my god. Yeah. Out of is it TSU, I think? I'm pretty sure they have they do a lot of polling, and he is Crockett is +8 over Tallarico, and a lot of that is because she's bolstered by Black support. For Black support, she got 89% support, so that's to be expected. for worse.
She does look like she has a lot of support. I mean, I know like Facebook or Instagram, whatever, we can't really translate to what people are going to do at the voting booth, but she seems to have a lot of support from other groups. I wonder how much money she'll raise.
So how do you talk about the last thing something like that? That's what I wanted to hear Matt talk about. Do y'all think that if Jasmine Crockett wins the primary, that in the general election, things are cooked, or what?
Yeah. I finally watched. Ooh, I'm glad I can get this up here. I finally watched her ad. That ad she used to kick off her campaign. I found it to be horrible. I found it to be really bad and tone deaf.
Is it the one with the Trump voiceover?
Yeah.
Yeah. Matt said in the chat, her only being 8 points above him isn't that good. It's just he's a pad. She should be 18 points ahead of him at this time, at least as a national figure.
I invited Matt on stage. Trent, please don't say things that like your information was better than the president's. Not today, Trent. I can't save you. I cannot save you. It's not a good day. Read the room, Trent. Not today.
Girl, you know Trent can't read a book or a room. Girl, hello? Yes, he's here.
I just wanted to say hello to who's on the stage, right? Last time I was up here on this.
We can't hear you. Your mic is really loud.
I know, so what's it? You said my mic is low?
Yeah, it was really loud for me. I can't hear you.
Right.
I'm sorry, Mackinac. We were in the middle of a conversation. Patty pointed out I was being rude earlier, so we're going to allow the previous conversation to go. Matt, can you expound on that?
Yeah, so
I want to
expand.
Get in line, sir. It's time your turn to speak.
She, so just in terms of name recognition, right? She should be confident. 8 points is not good. I mean, that's like, oh, cool. Okay, what, 51? What was it, 51, 40 something? She should be well into 60 plus ahead of him in terms of just her name ID, right? She's just, y'all want to, oh my God, y'all should be saying that, like, how would y'all side? Yeah, I really don't care. Unfortunately, she's not as ahead as she probably would want to be. I don't really know how, I guess I could say partisan this race is going to be. I don't really know how ugly this race is going to get, because he doesn't want to go low with her. I don't think she's going to attack him, aside from saying that she's more qualified than he is, because she's been in Congress longer, which is fine, you know. But this shows that he has a pass. So, I'm looking forward to seeing her. And I'm also looking forward to seeing her debate with Wesley Hunt, who apparently has known the GOP for being racist towards him. I don't know why he would think they wouldn't be. He's a black man running in Texas.
Well, it was his story, Matt. It was a black woman. It was a black woman he's calling racist.
Oh, well, there we go. Didn't know that. See? It's kind of interesting that they want to debate each other, the two losers who will probably not win in the general at all. I think that's kind of hilarious that she's 8 points ahead of a no-name Texas state representative who, you know, has never done anything nationally. But yeah, congrats. She smokes it.
I want to say this as gently as possible. I think Jasmine has a complicated relationship with the truth. I saw her in an interview maybe a day or so ago, and the interviewer asked her, how do voters respond to your attacks on President Trump? Are you worried that they would respond negatively? And she said, well, you know, we looked at the numbers, we looked at the polling, and the data says that it actually brought more of them to me. And I believe that. I don't believe that she has data that says that hyperpartisan attacks on Trump increases her support among Texas voters.
Naked ads are very, very effective and cheap. They work better than educational ads, unfortunately.
Mom died and do Trump. I don't foresee Trump working in Texas.
He's in the Matrix. Let's just thank God the Matrix found him so we don't hear anything from him.
You know you better
She's recommending, so it's fine. I mean, it's exciting to see her run, and she'll inspire people, and she'll get people excited, and she'll get everyone. Black Girl Magic hashtags on Instagram, Twitter. Congrats, y'all have something to make you feel good. You won't win. In general, though, there are many other black women running who actually have a shot to win in their state, but no one cares about that. They don't care about Jessica Crockett and calling people misogynoir whenever they think she is foolish to enter a race that is not working for her. But shout out to Juliana Stratton in Illinois, who should be the next senator of the great state of Illinois, right? Fuck the rest of you.
I see a lot of black progressives and non-black progressives too, but I pay attention to black women saying the first black woman senator from Texas is not going to be a non-Texan. Like, that's just not even a possibility.
But isn't Dallas more moderately conservative than like Houston or Austin? I mean, Austin is pretty fake liberal to me. Yeah. Isn't Dallas like, because of the old money, because of the, you know what I'm saying? Like, Dallas has older money than Houston. I always thought Dallas was more, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, not as liberalish as Houston was, but maybe I'm mistaken.
It's not, I mean, but you know, she was given Eddie Bernice Johnson had that seat for how many decades? You know, like, is it super progressive? No. But generally black politicians like that aren't super progressive. She's middle of the road centrist Democrat.
I mean, where we from?
Hello? Breaking news. Did y'all hear about the Brown shooting?
We did. We've been updating as more information comes up. What were you saying, Charlo? Were you actually?
No, I was just curious about the whole thing about Texas. So surely, if you've been probably born and raised there, I'm sure you would have known the people.
Really honest, there's like a friendly love-hate relationship. You know, the cities have somewhat. But I knew one of the 6 years ago, maybe. There was a black guy, very conservative, good family, you know, bootstrapper, entrepreneur type. So that's just why that question.
Oh yeah,
most of the black conservatives I know, like that knew in the past, were actually from Dallas versus Houston, is what I was trying to say.
Oh yeah. Actually, that makes sense. I agree.
Yeah.
Is Dallas the one that has the mayor that switched from Democrat to Republican?
Fucking Eric Johnson.
Yeah. Is that Dallas' mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I can hear you. I think Houston is far more liberal. I would say that she needs to somehow figure out how she's gonna be successful in the RGV in San Antonio, but and Austin, of course, and those excerpts. But we'll see. Since everyone thinks that she's gonna win, and have such a shot with her running, we're gonna waste all this money. But I just want to tell all of you congratulations on winning in the race in your mind because of vibes.
So I kind of want to ask Kimberly, way to put it on the campaign on Trump. I guess a lot of people would suggest that he's attacked her a whole heck of a lot. What would you reckon would be the appropriate response?
People are struggling. They're worried about their futures. They're worried about inflation. They're worried about housing costs, affordability. That's our thing. We want to make life better for the average American. Don't go back and forth with a demented old man.
I got you. And I'm with you. Question for you though. Does he not include that in her messaging at all? Is your messaging completely void of those important issues?
So I was just particularly talking about, well, generally, no, she doesn't. But her debut ad, right? Like the ad that set the stage for her Senate run starts with Trump's voice. I think that is such a bad choice.
Immediately distasteful.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think people are just paying too much attention to his, to his name as an individual. Right? I think we can still progress without having to pay too much attention or focus on him. I mean, I think the reason why Trump is all over people's heads is because we remember Apprentice. Everybody remembers Apprentice, right? I think that's probably why it's just stuck in people's heads.
What's going on? Hey, it's 2025. What's going on?
No, but I'm saying that the Apprentice, you remember from, yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so nobody cares about the Apprentice. It's correct.
Yeah, you can do it yourself.
Yeah, God.
He's a mogul, man. So
Well, I put an article.
Fuck.
he's a mogul.
I'm sorry.
So what? Shut up.
I put an article at the top just because I wanted to share.
Big fucking lazy that. We're gonna have Christian, whoever his long ass last name is, from India, who probably becomes a senator because
Success in elections is timing. And, well, I have concerns generally about Crockett. I have other concerns, but this is just not the time. It's just not her time. And for a lot of those other women, it's also just not their time either. I don't know. We gotta read the room, okay? We have to read the room.
I think, quite honestly, well, she was heading all the polling. If she would have ran, she chose not to.
But she's also a different kind of candidate than a Crockett, right?
And Massachusetts, of course, right? Where it's way like that. To me, it's just she should have ran, right? I mean, Stratton, she got more support. Y'all need to stop talking about how they're supporting Jasper Crockett and they'll support Julian Stratton. So yeah,
I don't even know who she is.
Lieutenant
I don't
Governor,
even know who that is.
Y'all need to figure out some shit.
That's what I'm saying, because they don't even know. What I mean, the Jasmine Crockett thing is just because she. That's all. I haven't seen her. She announced several days ago. I haven't heard one issue.
Oh, mega. Where's the rally?
I haven't seen her door. She hasn't done a rally.
Where's the
issues? She no offense.
Did anybody say anything about the shooting at Brown University?
No, break that down for us. We haven't heard about it. Good talks about it.
Yes.
There was a shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island. 2 were shot.
Mr. Orlando. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Orlando. I was putting in the chat that we did. Thank you. Yes, sir. We did. Yes, sir.
It's quicker to just let people say it, and then I realize that. That's why I said it. People get to say it. It's just quicker to just let them say it.
Oh, good point, Maga.
Yeah, I just realized that. I don't know what her issue is. What's her platform on energy for Texas?
That's what I'm saying.
She doesn't have her platform. What's her platform on immigration and the war? How does she plan to win not only RGV, but, soup up El Paso? What's going on El Paso? Democrats, you have to run up El Paso, which is all the way out west in Texas. What's her plan to deal with businesses in and around Houston? What's her view on the Supreme Court at the national? She wants to be a senator, right? To add more justices to there? Does she want to get rid? I actually don't know one thing that Jasmine Crockett stands for. I'm not being dramatical. I'm not trying to. Can anybody tell me what her issue is?
But isn't that the point of the campaign?
No.
Yeah, well, the campaign started. So what is the issue?
But she's already. Okay, so can
She's already in Congress. What's going on?
As a constituent, I'm just going to raise my hand as a Crockett constituent, okay? For Texans. Texans tell me that they are struggling with this. I'm going to commit myself to improving this thing. I don't know what that is.
Last thing to do is an AI video X that makes fun of Trump, I think, or someone. And it looks stupid. It looks like something from SNL. She has a rap song now about bleach blonde, bleach body, something like that. So that's her.
I would think that somebody
who's the first person that. What's her view on the University of Texas system, on the Texas state system and education generally? What's her view on? There's a whole big thing with the oil and the oil money at the university. I would think as somebody who is the first Black person in the history of the state to have a legitimate shot at becoming senator, and to do so, she needs to get every Negro and non-Negro Black to vote for it. I mean, everybody. I would think she would have laid out a Black agenda for Texas that celebrates its rich Black history, the contributions of Black Texans, economically, business-wise, people like that stuff, culturally, historically, socially. I would think that she cannot get regular Black numbers. She has to get Obama-type Blacks to win. At the same time, what is your view on certain kinds of social policy, economic policy, Latino community? I don't even know what the woman stands for besides getting in front of the camera and dragging people. What's her view on reproductive rights? They put the abortion thing in the chat. What's the thing on reproductive rights?
A big thing right now is education. The way that they are dismantling the school systems in the rural areas and in the quote-unquote urban areas via these voucher systems. I haven't heard her come out against that at all. I don't know, man. But good luck to her. She looks great.
I don't know how people really feel about the voucher thing. I'm not paying attention as much. It's my choo-choo-bees are out of school, but they've been talking a lot about how, like in Houston, you have Kincaid, St. John's, some of these schools, Episcopal. $10,000 barely covers the tuition. I don't know what $10,000. That's like barely one semester. Some of these schools are like $40,000 to $60,000 a year.
Right. Well, that's why it's a wealth transfer. From poor people to rich people, because your kid is already in the school, you're just getting a $10,000 rebate.
Exactly. Like I was like, yeah, and they don't have bus services, so how are you even going to get your child to these schools? But anywho, I'm going to make a mental note to take a look at that more to see what people are really, really feeling about that. But for reproductive health, I will say, Kamala hit on that pretty hard in Texas. Even at her rally, she did a really, really good job of bringing Black people, white people. She had the husbands up there telling their stories. That is about abortions. It's not just about abortions. It's about women who are suffering miscarriages and they don't even want to do a DNC. It's not. I mean, I don't want to say maybe things have changed, but I don't think that being anti-Trump is going to win her any points in Texas, especially. I wonder what plan she has to appeal to the Hispanic population, which is what she would need to do to win. So, what's wrong?
Let's say that she will, do her best.
Hold on with that. So my trusty friend Gemini asked for a platform and gave me 4 bullet points. Affordability, addressing the high cost of living, including groceries, utilities, rent, and mortgages to aim to lower costs, not through subsidies, but by implementing policies that reduce overall expenses. Healthcare, improving access to healthcare for all citizens. Economic opportunity, boosting American manufacturing, clean energy, job creation, and high-paying positions to ensure one job is sufficient to live with dignity and retire securely. And there's 2 more. Education, strengthening the education system across the state, safeguarding rights, protecting individual rights and safety. But I agree with what you just said, Nikki. She has to reach out to certain populations within her constituency and say, hey, this is my plan for you. This is like just too broad. She needs to be a little bit more specific with what I found.
Your Gemini output, is it grounded, meaning is there a direct link to something from her campaign or a video or something?
So each bullet point does have a link. Well, no. There's one link for all of these bullet points. So let me grab it. I'll put it in the chat.
On her website, there's no
Exactly. That's why I search. That's why I search, Megan. Yeah, I'm like, where's your platform, lady? It's not even on your website. I had to ask.
It's all about her. Yeah, it's literally. I mean, everything is about her. This is already the worst high-profile state Senate race I've ever seen. She made everything about her. All the videos about her.
She's a narcissist. That's really what it is. I mean, how do you have a launch video where you're staring off into space with a profile shot wearing a suit, just hearing Trump talk shit about you?
And why did she cross her arm? So here's the other thing. This is gonna be petty. I mean this. I'm serious. It's a little pseudo, but she don't have no swag. Like we saw the dance when she did the Just Like Us, that they not like us, or not that they not like us. We saw her doing bitches ain't shit, and they counted most can't tell me nothing. And then in that, she sort of crosses her arms. Oh, she don't have no swag. She looks stiff, stilted. It's like slide some oil on me. She looked like Nipsey Russell as the Tin Man in The Wiz. It was totally insane. Oh yeah, the Mortal Kombat video, Pick Your Fighter. She was stiff. I mean, she don't have no swag. Oh, insane.
I remember the day you saw that back in this bro. You said, "You first stop."
I couldn't believe it. Don't call me a hater. How am I a hater, Sonny? I can go step. I don't want to be a senator. I'm not hating on her. But you know what? Whatever. I'm a hater. Everyone who look at her doing the Just Like Us dance, they can see she's a great dancer. I'm a hater.
I'm gonna be honest. When I saw that ad, I thought, well, is there a reference here that I'm missing? Because there's no way.
I want to be senator of Texas.
There's no way that this has to be an allusion to something. It can't just be this. I was like, Google, and no, it's just that. It's just that.
No, she's
a suburban black woman that comes from. I mean, do we really think that she's gonna have some swag?
You can have taste and be a suburban black woman. You can.
But I thought even like the whole sister girl. I mean, I know I'm gonna get attacked for saying this, but the whole sister girl, that's not authentic coming from her. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. It's just not believable. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's very typical. I mean, I'm not going to get to the adult aesthetics. It's very millennial typical of our suburban black girl milieu. Okay, it's very normal. It's just that she doesn't have the taste. She doesn't have the taste. She doesn't have an eye for it. She doesn't. Ooh, actually, I'm going to bar. I'm actually going to stop.
She's fine as hell, though. I will give her that. Jasmine is fine as hell. So maybe she can play into that a little bit more.
I'm just gonna say this is gonna be the same shit we're gonna deal with as soon as people start really focusing on the Georgia governor's race. Because it's gonna be the same people telling us that Keisha Lance Bottoms is gonna win statewide, but really should have been listening to that. But they're gonna say we're attacking her as well, and this, that, and Atlanta doesn't even like Keisha Lance. But how is she gonna win in Georgia? But people are gonna tell us that math is also an illusion and is not real, and that we shouldn't focus on data, polls, or common sense, or we can see people tell us.
She's intentionally sucking up all that oxygen too. That is also what is annoying. With nothing.
Yeah, all y'all know Lucy McBath should be running for fucking governor of Georgia. A black woman. Another one. That could win. Right. Retarded ass people. Sick of these niggas.
Why didn't they like what's her name for governor of Georgia? I remember there was just so much going on with the election that we. No, the last one, Stacey Abrams. I thought that Stacey was such a. Did we think? I hate to go down this road, but remember there was talk that chosen Stacey Abrams of the VP position.
No,
he what? He didn't.
He wasn't going to do it. Stacey.
I like Stacey though. I like Stacey.
She's too big. I mean, come on, you guys.
I know. I'm just saying. I like Stacey. I just wanted to bring up Stacey. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was hardcore pro Stacey. I brought the Stacey merch. She's brilliant. The organizing capacity of the new
like states. I became more and more of a fan of her, and then her sister, who was also a judge or was a judge, but anyway, I just wanted to bring her up. Shout out to Stacey. I still want to see who's donating to Jasmine, though. Where is the money coming from?
I'm from Stacy. I think I saw John Ossoff one time talk about how important the New Georgia Project's voter outreach and registration work was to help. I think her career as an elected official, I think that's done.
I agree. I think that we need to also just move on from certain candidates sometimes. I appreciate the work she did. She's the reason why we have one Arkansas South, and she's the reason why we also pulled 2 seats this year in Georgia, and will continue to do well in specials. But I think we need to move on and stop talking about people who are not going to obviously win another election. Keystone Bottoms does not need to run. And it should be Lucy Smith's pretty much it. And if it's not going to be either of those women, obviously, then it should be Jason's. The black man who's married, unlike Cory Booker up until last week, who has children he produced with his penis and vagina.
Whoa!
Sex that he had with a woman. A marriage that exists, right? It's not for political.
Leave that lavender marriage alone.
Hey, it worked for Tim Scott. He looks like he has lots of sex with his. Have you ever seen a more awkward, fake, intimate duo than Tim Scott and his wife? It's worse than Trump and Melania. I feel so bad for him. So bad. He couldn't have paid enough to get the upgraded "I really love you, honey" model thing.
This is insane. So, I've been reading the thing that Maya put in the chat from Texas Monthly. And somehow I guess she probably didn't have to say over this. But the title is Jasmine Crockett Doesn't Care What You Think About Her Saying.
I'm gonna coin it. Oh, actually, you might have already coined this, Mega, but here's toxic black girl magic.
Why would you not? Let me read a quote. There's Molly asks, why are you the candidate to break the Texas Democrats' 3-decade losing streak in statewide elections? Crockett says, quote, I plan to run differently. Democrats keep on the same thing, expecting a different result. People think if you sound like a Republican, you'll get Republicans to cross over and vote for you. That hasn't happened. We've not won these elections, but I can tell you that people voted for Mamdani and voted for Trump. People voted for AOC and voted for Trump. People voted for Barack Obama and voted for Trump. None of those people ever bent the knee to Donald Trump if they were able to win over the same people. Are we allowed to? How much am I allowed to comment on that before it turns into misogyny? That's maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah.
New York City is B plus 45.
Yeah, but
AFC district is B plus 35. What the fuck is she in what is it, the R plus?
It's an R plus 15 state when it comes to Trump winning. I think about 15 votes.
What is she doing? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you run a statewide in Texas compare yourself to a mayor and a congressman in New York City?
Yeah. Yeah, she thinks she can use the Gavin Newsom trolling on Trump and stuff to win in Texas. When Gavin knows that he runs for president, he didn't win in Texas statewide when he runs. He's trying to be good, but that's not going to work in Texas.
Exactly. He's also an executive, right? Like, he can do things not just because of the politics of the state, but because of his position. Then I'm off code.
I saw a thing today, let me see if I can find it. I was nonplussed when I read it. She
we've reached out to her. Get real.
No, I mean, like, why be a politician? Do you even like politics? This is me in my head, so I can adjust it. Do you even like politics? Are you even into it? Like, have you studied? Do you read about it? Like, what drew you to this?
And that's a terrible outfit. I put that in the chat. But whoever said she didn't have style was spot on. Because what the fuck is that? Like, that looks, oh no. What is the pilgrim fake cashmere looking? I don't like that at all. Like that.
But God bless that. We're sure the best.
We have then, if you know, if folks don't
Supporting to not be dumb and have a shot in the general.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And have a shot in the general.
Yeah, that's a lot. That baby done run for everything. That baby done run for everything under the sun.
I'll be honest today. But that is incredibly useful as a fundraiser, as an institution builder,
Someone who truly cares, because he is like Stacey Abrams. He is still out there doing whatever it is that he's doing. I follow him on social. I love Beto. I was a huge Beto fan. A lot of people were disappointed. Like, he almost beat Cruz. He almost did it. Like, we were. I don't know who the fuck keeps voting for these people. Nobody ever says that they, even in Houston, his wife is well beloved in wealth management, right? She's a financial advisor. Nobody admits to liking them. Even when they revealed those text messages, that was from their inner circle. They live in River Oaks. Nobody in River Oaks even likes Ted Cruz. But his monkey ass keeps winning. It's like the strangest fucking thing. Nobody admits to liking Ted Cruz.
we're in a hyper-partisan era, and Beto got within 2 points. That's the closest statewide Democrat has gotten in how many decades? Like 20-something years?
I know he came so fucking close.
Was this the year that he said we are coming for?
Was it the governor? Okay.
without taking away your guns, that don't really work out for in states like this. We do need.
It's just going to be hard to get those individuals to change their vote. I just don't see how that's going to happen. But those are the ones, because as we all know, the major cities are not as red. They're more so purple and leaning to blue. But
Earth, I mean, city proper, it flipped or something out here, but a lot of the main things is still held by Republicans, like the judge, Tim O'Hare. He's mean as hell. He curses at people, tells blue. But Earth, I mean, city proper, he has kicked my pastor out of that place because my pastor was essentially trying to say that people should have the right to, speak up here and share their opinions. Nobody threatened nobody, nothing like that. All my pastor was talking about. Commissioner's Court in Fort Worth, Texas. You know what I'm saying? I hate Commissioner's Court. Judge, look him up. Tim O'Hare, he backs Donald Trump. That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be really clear with y'all. He backs Donald Trump. He likes Donald Trump. Look up Tim O'Hare. Go look him up.
Horrible man. I would have to look at the 2018, the demographics that O'Rourke won. And so it seems like he really lost it with the white rural voter. The Latinos, he was up. Obviously, the diverse metropolitan urbans, he was way up. It's the rural those people that he lost. But honestly, the Spanish language, the El Paso people, he did well with. The border people, he did well with.
I'm looking at his numbers too. He did good with the RGB as well in 2018. Like, really.
Yeah, it was something like a candle in the wind.
There was a county that for the last election with Colin Allred and Cruz, there was a county that not voted red in like 100 years or something. I'll look it up. But for the first time, they actually voted red. I can't remember where, because Texas
Good evening.
Which state has the most counties? Somebody was and asked, and that makes a difference too. Especially on rural, it's almost every county in our state. I don't know, California may be bigger, I'm not sure. I know they're bigger by population, but I'm not sure by county.
I thought that campaign that he did with Whataburger was just brilliant. Like, I actually watched it, and I don't watch a lot of that stuff, right? Because it's like, oh, it's a politician, make your decision. But he's such a very affable guy. But we know it's hard for genuine people to actually get elected, to these offices.
Remember Beyonce came out wearing the Beto hat on her Instagram?
Yeah, some people lost their minds. But it was okay for, I'm sorry, since I had this argument with my sister who was a Bernie bro, but it was okay for Cardi B to have a whole interview with Bernie, but they came against Beyonce. It's like, seriously, whatever.
I'm curious. I'd love to know who Jasmine's injector is. She does look really good. She's getting some good injectables for sure.
I put it in the chat. It was Starr County. I don't remember where it is in relation to the border, but this is the one. This Texas County turned Republican for first time in over a century. This article is dated November 5th, 2025.
Yeah.
I would say they have no regrets, which is interesting.
Latinos in Texas are not historically Republican. They're actually moving more Republican since the Trump era, but they're actually one of the strongest Democratic voting blocs. So hopefully with all of this chaos and cruelty, they can shimmy on back to the left, or the Trump people can just stay home in November. That's the hope.
Family members.
Am I not wrong? Wait, I'm sorry. Your mom said, huh? Is that not correct, your mom? From my understanding, the Latinos are historically Democratic voters.
It's a mixture, and some of them.
Okay, to be clear, these Latino counties, it was a big deal because they flipped red in 2020. Is that not a big deal?
I'm not saying this to be a country, and Nikki, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But Hispanics tend to vote more conservative, like from like religious perspectives. So it's been a red state since 1980.
Yeah, George W.
No free.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Can legally vote and all of that. I thought they tend to vote Republican.
I could totally be wrong. I'm just gonna look.
Yeah, you do, in particular in Texas.
Yeah, but Marshall, you're literally on the border. You're literally Republican. You're in the party. You could probably lend more insight into this.
So the majority of eligible Hispanic voters in the United States lean toward the Democratic Party. In my area, in areas up above me, we started to lean Republican. In my area, that's shifting. Races have shifted by about 10 points. But the Hispanic folks, we got this this past election cycle in 24 were a high note. It probably will not be a regular turnout for the Republican Party. They were able to produce this crowd one time. I don't know if they'll be able to replicate it. I can tell you that the guy that planned our maps used the 2024 turnout in Rio Grande Valley as a way to predict future turnout, which was dumb because it had been the first time since Richard Nixon that the Rio Grande Valley had swung for Republicans. But all of our local elected officials are Democrats.
Okay,
Well, people think it's
So I put something in the chat. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, this says before 2016, Democrats routinely counted on winning roughly 2/3 of the Hispanic vote in Texas, with Republicans often kept under 40%. Survey and exit polling analysis from the University of I don't have glasses. Ooh, no. The University of Texas Politics Project estimates that Donald Trump's share of the Texas Latino vote rose from low 30s in 2016 to around 42% in 2020 and about 55% in 2024. A striking long-term GOP gain.
Yeah, Nikki put the same thing I already put in the chat. So we tend, and I'm saying we only because of Texas, not because I'm Hispanic. The Hispanics in Texas,
Girl.
I'm
sorry. Let me laugh on me. I'm gonna laugh on you.
right, but they vote higher here than the national average. So I'm not saying I want this to be true. I'm just saying the Hispanics in Texas tend to vote and lean in more with Republican views. They're not liberal people.
That's new. This is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Yoma.
So in 2008, the Obama folks and high net donors built a campaign focused on Texas and Turn Texas Blue. It was a Turn Texas Blue campaign. Part of the strategy around that was investing in engaging Hispanic voters. And they thought that if they registered and moved them to the Democratic Party, that Texas would be blue. That project failed miserably. It failed because even when they first ran for governor, they have been inching more and more right. And we've never been able to build a dent on that. And you guys could look up the Texas Turn Texas Blue campaign. I can't remember the name of it now. But it started right after the Obama election in 2008. And in fact, some of his team went to run that campaign in Texas.
Well, to me, and I don't want this to be true. I'm just using you can use common sense. If we know the Hispanics are the majority here, and we are still in a red state, then come on now.
But just because they're the numerical majority doesn't mean. I'm sorry, you're in the matrix. I'm sorry. That's why
I'm not in the matrix. I just think y'all are excited. I want to say something. Somebody can say something that may oppose your belief. That doesn't mean we have to do that. I'm not in here rah-rah for it. I'm just saying based on what I see and based on what I know, it's kind of like almost 50-50, but I would say it leans a little bit more towards Republican views. I'm sorry I live here. I'm sorry I see it day in and day out. So I'm just saying I can also see that if we know that there's a large Hispanic presence here, and we have been red as a state for 4 decades now and counting, and it's only getting worse. I don't know how we can fight. I don't know if maybe you're ready to catch the mic when I get done. I don't know. I can't to you. I don't know why we can sit here and say, well, I know that an overwhelming large majority of Hispanics are voting blue. I don't see that when I'm looking at the stuff now. Me and Nikki put the same thing in the chat. It's not looking that way. Y'all live in Texas?
No, I don't have the data.
Yes.
I don't have to live in Texas. I have the data. So we do that. So white people make up 63% of the electorate. Doesn't matter what they are of the population. Hispanics 20% of the electorate. Obama in Texas, this is according to the New York Times, got 63% of the Hispanic vote in Texas in 2008. 63%. But they only made up 20% of the electorate. McCain got 73% of the white vote. That's how he won. That's how he won. They're maybe the plurality of the state population-wise, but they don't vote in large enough numbers.
The other thing about Texas and the Latinos is they are systematically disenfranchised. And the Republicans go after the Latinos with the voter ID stuff. And the Democratic Latino people, they get targeted and get their homes raided and stuff all the time because of the work that they're doing to get the Democratic-leaning Latinos to the polls and stuff.
I guess that's two different things, getting them to the polls, achieve a certain status. And I'm not going to say this isn't the same for other minority groups as well. I'm not as familiar. And if I talk about the voting electorate versus just population, because I've known for a while that Houston, or even like Houston Independent School District, was majority Hispanic. I think that was happening when I was in school. It was very obvious.
But the data does not say that. The reason why we keep hammering on this is that they could hold conservative views, and definitely in the last few cycles they have moved red, but before that it was not. If 70% of Latinos who voted for Obama, I don't.
It's part of Republicanism where it's becoming more popular. That's been the real shift over the last 10 years where I live. To get to a place where we voted for Richard Nixon on an area level for a Republican presidential candidate, that's 10 or 20 years worth of work and activism. And it doesn't even indicate full Republican control. Like my city commissioner, even though it's not a partisan, he's a registered Democrat. My county judge is a Democrat. My state senator and state rep are Democrats. On a national level, people seem to, where I live, becoming more Republican. Part of it has to do with the culture. They're naturally socially conservative. They go to church. They tend not to believe in abortion because they're usually strict Catholics where I live. And there are a lot of these folks who are land grant families who the King of Spain deeded land to, and so they're ranchers and farmers. And in 2024, one of the things that moved the land grant families over to voting Republican was finding approximately, in a calendar year, about 854 bodies, amounted to as many as 3 bodies a day on some ranches. And so that moved the lots of people that we had at the highest point in my sector. We processed 65,000 people in 7 days. The sector above me processed 115,500 people in 7 days. Now a lot of these folks who live here with a family in Mexico and who go back and forth to Mexico started coming in and saying things like, you know, if I have to follow the law, they have to follow the law. And you get cops who would come in and fire them. And they'd say, don't tell anybody else I came. Don't make a big deal up. Here's a donation. I want a small sign. And, like, don't expect me at your membership meetings, but I'm on board. And proceed not just by Republican work in the Rio Grande Valley, but by Texas to open itself up to, conservatives, which was an expressly Abbott push, believe it or not. Kerry had instituted that Abbott really.
The voters. So I pulled up primary type congressional presidential party registration statistics. Total registered voters 17,485,000, and some other numbers. Democrats 46.52%, Republicans 37.75%, unaffiliated 15.73%. But I am curious as to how that breaks breaks down by, you know, black, white, Hispanic, whatever. So I'm gonna try to find that information out.
So in 2012, I have this report from Texas. It's called the Texas Report, America's Voice Latino Decisions Think Tank. They got it from 2014. In 2012, Obama got 70% of the Texas Hispanic vote. 70. 70. Siete. Zero. Percento. But the reason why Democrats can't win is because 61% of eligible voters don't vote in Texas that are Hispanic. 61%. That's why when people do the whole black people don't vote, they don't follow politics, and they're just anti-black, negrophobic, and racist. Hispanics vote, especially Hispanic men, at far lower rates than black people do. What was remarkable about Trump's win and why he shot up was precisely because in 24 he bucked the trends and got a majority. Bush is the outlier. I also have registration numbers. Up until the election, this is from the Texas Politics Project, over the last 10 years, only October 2024 that had been their tracking since February 2015, where there are more registered Republicans than Democrats among Hispanic registered voters. And that's already switched because the approval of Trump has gone by. That already fell from 51% in 3 months to 40%. They're not Republican. Race determines where you vote or correlates to where you vote, not religion or anything else. They're conservative Democrats. The conservative Democrat, Henry Cuellar, is in Texas.
And he's not switching. He's not fucking switching. Yeah. So the other thing about the Trump thing is his particularly strong. That's not good words. How strong he was with Latino men. That was exceptional, and that also propels those Republican gains in those Hispanic areas of the country. If we get to 26 and the Hispanic men say, I don't like what you did to my abuelo or my tia, I'm not going to vote, or if I do vote, I'm going to go back to the Democrats the way that we saw in New Jersey in the Mickey Sherrill governor's race. That's really good for Democrats. The concern, I think, among the Republicans is all of this to gerrymander because you were expecting those Latino gains to hold. Are they gonna hold when you got people's abuelas locked up for 6 months? I doubt it.
To like the traditional nuclear family. I'm doing traditional with the rabbit ears, right? Because I guess, I don't know, 16, 17, whatever the percentage points were. So I do agree that some people are more religious, anti-abortion, and there are a lot of conservatives that pretty much is it for them. They are, they're not LGBTQ, but they are anti-LGBTQ like marriage. And I'm not going to call out people that I'm related to by blood that have these same sentiments. That is the basis of their conservatism, that somehow they won't get into heaven if they vote for these things. So I think that there are a large number of the Hispanic populace. But in terms of the white people being the majority in that electorate, I think that's probably going to shift since, Texas is already a majority state. 60% to 40%, but that 60% is not just Hispanic, and I don't know the breakdown of what that is, Asian, Black, Hispanic, but they are the minority collectively.
But they're not I thought men are just
No, that's why I made that distinction. But what I'm making the correlation is that at some point, the white electorate is also not going to be the majority. That's what I'm saying. Because for Texas to even be a minority majority, that's a pretty big deal. They've been freaking out about this for a long time. I remember hearing concerns about this like when I was in school. Like people used to have concerns about sending their kids to this sounds really ugly, but a lot of it is anecdotal experience. But sending their children to schools where there were too many Hispanic children that if they, were exposed to Spanish, like it was some sort of a disease. People are bigots, or maybe some people don't, but a lot of people are bigots, right? There were the angry people showing up to the school board meetings and, not in my neighborhood, kind of, we don't want ESL classes kind of bullshit, of which my mother may or may not have participated in the past. Go back. Thank you.
Yeah, they need to identify Henry Cuellar Jr., someone that can get the youth out, Latinos out, registered, and to actually turn out. And I don't care if he's a Dem or whatever you want to call him, like how Henry Cuellar is, but that's the answer. We'll figure out who that is. I don't know if that's Castro or not. He's a bit liberal. But then you figure it out. You really figure it out.
So I did look this up. In the state senate of Texas, there are 6 state senators. Only one of them is Republican. And 2 Republicans, so 5 Democrats, Latinos in the House, and 2 Republican Latinos in the House. And then, of course, Ted Cruz is the senator. The electeds, that's been elected Democrat.
Do you think they could get one of the Castro? Do you think they could get one of the Castro brothers in 2030 to run?
Who's the progressive one, though? Yeah, I like him.
None of that.
Yeah, I like him.
None of that matters because, well, a couple of things. Like I said, that Clinton won in 16 by almost 30 points over Trump among Latinos in Texas. Not Obama, but almost 30 points. But they were only 20% of the 20-some% of the electorate. It doesn't matter who runs, y'all. You have to build a political culture. They don't have political culture. They don't do politics. It's really that simple. I don't know if you can run all the people you want. That's why the Democrats need to put a Latino on the main ticket to get people invested and buy-in for political culture. They currently are they're not the majority of Texas, but they are the plurality. How can you be 40-some% of a population, but only 20% of its electorate? What the fuck are you doing? And I put in the chat. That's because the Latinos are just as pseudo as the black men we all make fun of, including myself. We make fun of every day and sometimes more. I put it in the chat. Hold on. Dos alas del mismo pájaro. 2 wings of the same bird. They just say it in Spanish. All the mocking and dragging. Now I gotta defend black men. I apologize. All the mocking and dragging of black men, this black men, that black men, this black men, that. The Bible talks about the Latino men, especially in states where they matter, who don't come out to vote at all. Their numbers are less than the black men. They're just as pseudo. Y'all make fun of Notorious. What about Notorioso? Y'all make fun of Manfinity. What about Manfinitito? Y'all make fun of Anthony. What about Antonio, Eduardo, Cinque, Shortso, Carnito, Pendejo? My God. Y'all make fun of the black men. Y'all make fun of the black men. The black men are out the vote. More of them vote for Trump. Sure. These guys don't even come out to vote at all. But hey, I'm done defending the black man. I'm done.
I think you need coalition. You need a new Georgia project there.
All right, Jesse Jackson, you build a coalition. I'm sorry.
It's facts. You do, and I like the Ruben guy. My personal choice for now. I like Kelly too, but my choice would be definitely Gallego as VP. That'd be a smart choice on the ticket in 28. That would make inroads, right, and get some voters activated. And not just in Texas, but in more in Nevada, more in Arizona, more in some of these border, as Trump calls them, states. I think that would be smart.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, yes, I kind of think, and this is anti-democratic, okay? I think for the midterms though, like the best bet is for the Latino men to get discouraged and not vote.
Well, they also don't really support their. I hate to speak about people in this way. Don't we have where are the Latinos from reparations that didn't like black people? Somebody pin some of them in here. Where are they? Have some party discussion. Okay, Frank said, okay, be right back. Are you going to get them, Frank, or what? Well, anyway. They don't support their own. They don't seem to support their own. That's all I'm saying.
We had a gentleman here last night cheering for Trump and cheering for deportation. Loving it. We ran him up out of here because he got exposed with the stolen ballot bullshit. But, it started off with trying to figure out why do you support this? I guess he wasn't the best representative. But with that,
Trump is way underwater now. I mean, the Latino men generally, the Latino men is a part of Beto's infrastructure was the outreach. I think the Latino, this is 40%. So that's working good, anti-Trump. Now, what about the Californians are mostly Democrat, correct?
More liberally. I look at all the numbers we saw. More liberally. I look at all the numbers we saw. Unfortunately, the Cubans.
No Latinos are voting
liberals. I'm sorry, conservatives. Obviously more left to some degree. And then you also have, Puerto Rico is also interesting because a lot of them are very liberal, but then you also have a lot of conservative areas in Puerto Rico. But obviously when they're in the, on the coastal side of things, they tend to obviously be more liberal. But there are some in Florida that do lean right, which is, I've ran into a few of them and I'm like, what is going on with you? The Cubans and Venezuelans are majority of the time they're the issue in terms of voting right, but as we've been discussing, generally speaking, a lot of them don't have high turnout in general, specifically in Texas. So it's a toss-up.
And now the Hispanic in Arizona are more right as well, correct?
They tend to lean more right, but as of late, there have been a lot of liberals that are there now. Tucson, Phoenix, Maricopa counties, changing. People don't like that in this. The Maricopa is changing.
Well, we shall see.
But is that, I guess that's what this whole conversation is about. Is that a durable change, though? Like, the Trump people and the pollsters and people like Patrick Ruffini and Chris Lasavita, right? Their thing was we're changing the face of the Republican Party. We're making it the Black and Latino, with Julio and Jamal or whatever. But I think Trump has destroyed that. I don't think that's a safe bet moving forward.
The older people are. I would be curious to see, and maybe let me write it down. So I'm sorry, so I can look it up for our own edification later. What percentage of the age groups are these people? We know
they're younger.
They are younger. So the silent generation is dying. Is it safe to say that as you get older, their politics change, or is it pretty much proven that people's politics stay the same, as they get families, get mortgages, so forth and so on?
I don't think that the evidence demonstrates that people become more conservative as they get older. Progressive, and then
idiots. I think that didn't he almost Joe Rogan and all those other, and worship Andrew Tate, they're still there, you know what I mean? But I was looking at that. Yeah, they're still, it's like a small taper off. I'll say that. Oh gosh.
And you know how Abbott wants to put Turning Point in every high school in Texas? The Turning Point people? It just sounds like, to me, like it would have been a competition with Motown back in the day for artists. I hate that name because it makes me think about like Turning Point Records or something. But anyway.
But the reason why this is like a big deal, like it sounds really silly, but it's a big deal because I've read some political science. I need to find the paper, but there's not a lot of evidence to say that your politics dramatically shift from your orientation, your post-adolescent orientation, right? Like generally for most cohorts, where you end up in like 18 to 25, but you stick with that. And so if we are moving all of these kids into this conservatism, if the past holds true, that's a whole generation of like little baby Christian nationalist oriented young people.
Yeah, I don't think they should be introducing that to high schools at all. If you want to join a politics club, like the Republicans actually have an auxiliary, they're called the high school Republicans, and they're considered, like, they use it as pages, the equivalent of pages sometimes. But I don't think Turning Point USA should be in high school. It seems like over politicization of our youth in a way to be unhealthy.
I think I put something in the chat. I don't know. Abbott to me is like it's like he wants to make a. Y'all know I hate Governor Hot Wheels. I can't even honestly be like what's the word am I looking for? I hate his guts. I hate him more than I hate Trump. So I just fuck him for life. I don't give a shit what he does. He just sucks for life. That's all.
I mean, it's also funneling how many millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars into this organization, which is a political mobilization institution. I mean, because all of those chapters they have a franchise model. They all have to pay dues to the central hub of Turning Point. It's really shady.
They want young Republicans and the college Republicans. Like if you're a young Republican, you pay your dues, the $2 out of your dues goes to 12.
Okay.
Come back when I had better grades. So, like, one Democrat chapter on campus, and there was a TSA chapter on campus.
Ooh, I was not expecting to hear the Tommy Curry name drop. That was unexpected. Name drop. That was unexpected. It's sorry. It's this. You said that. It was less. You said that. It was less conservative than you expected. But that's also Obama era.
Don't get me wrong, it was good. I mean, I recall there was this white supremacist on campus, and he was from something called the Youth Position.
Back and listening, I just hope that in the primaries, man, that the Democrats do what they need to get control of this stuff, where people are having to pay an astronomical fee of $1 million or something to enter the country. Yeah, our force, will dwindle quick because a lot of companies, they have that kind of money or whatever, but you're talking about individuals, they don't. So, I hope that is also challenged as well. Or gold ticket or something. Y'all saw that on TV where he's making people. I can't think of the program. It was kind of a decent program. Decent program. Thank you. That program to me has to be legal the way it is currently illegal. I don't think it is anything yet.
So I'm looking at some analysis Axios here is talking about Latinos feel historic levels of pessimism about their place in the U.S., their economic stability, and the impact of Trump's second-term policies. And then Axios has its own Ipsos poll that says Trump has effectively wiped out all of the gains that he's made among Republicans in 2024. How many people did they survey?
Well, that, I mean, that particular survey could show it, but the election results also show that in all the elections, including the ones this week. The thing I think Republicans have to fear is not only do they lose what Trump picked up, but do they, as a brand, lose people they had already? That actually, you want to kind of hemorrhage your losses. Go ahead, Jacob.
Saying that they probably will lose some folks. There was a state a couple of days ago that rebuked Donald Trump. He wanted that particular state to flip for him, and he thought that they were, and they didn't, man. They rebuked him, man. So a lot of these states are like, nope, we're not doing this, even if, and some of those, I think it was Republicans in that state that said, So Texas, whatever, but other states are like, and I'm grateful for that because, here in Texas, we don't get to vote on much of it. Not this process. It's shoved in our faces. We don't get to, vote like California did. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to clarify, and that's not cool. It's like a dictatorship in that way, and that's why I say I like, living here in some ways, but I don't like the politics and how things are run here because it feels like we live in a time that was yesteryears still how they run our state. Do they make money? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, but that ain't helping a lot of people. So I just really hope y'all that things are taken over and that we win the primaries for real. Because it is showing very, very well that the Democrats, I think they're going to do what they need to for real.
That's what's up. So I think it was 2-1 before, roughly. I mean, the policies are so abhorrent to people that they might not switch, but they might stay home. There's also an element of the Latino vote, like there is for every demographic, that are just Trump fans. If you look, the New York Times did a map from the big election day in November, the first Tuesday in November, where they with little blue arrows left and right arrows right. It's astounding. It's every arrow on the right. Right, we're in 2024. We're back in
It's crazy.
Yeah. In the one county, oh shit, I just lost the name of the county. It's in the very top of New Jersey. Oh my God. What's the county at the top of New Jersey? I can't remember. But it was usually a Democrat county. Thank you very much, Passaic County. Trump won by 3 or 4 points. She won by like 16, 17 points. It's like a 20-point shift. Latino. And it's a huge Latino. I think 47% Latino. And they all kind of went back the other way. So, there's something about that election. After the election, I was giving my analysis. I talked about Latino men not liking Kamala Harris or being a black woman. Some people disagreed, some people didn't. Actual studies people who talk about machismo, they didn't like what she was doing, they like how he did it. So I don't know. Go back to transition.
Now we say Democrat like a Republican, that they will remain Democratic. The other positive sign is there's a really big Tejano star that is running for Congress, and he is choosing to run as a Democrat.
Running in my district.
What's his name? Bobby Polito.
He has a one-hit wonder. He's running against a woman named Monica Cruz, who I worked for last cycle. And I'll tell you my perspective so far. Monica says she's been doing a lot of traveling in the district, but her campaign is not up and started yet. From what I can tell, she recently re-announced her bid, but that's going to be an interesting race for sure.
Yeah, so it's good vibes. It's good vibes works for Democrats.
Look up his One Hit Wonder. It's a good song.
I just recommend Democrats don't go around telling Latinos they have a slave mentality. Very well if you want to win that demographics.
I'm just hoping that Talarico will pop out with the fiance. Like, my fingers are crossed.
You know, the one thing that I think will help him is he looks young enough that a vote that you could look at him and say, oh, he's not ready to be married even though he's 36. Such a baby face.
He does. But he has gray hair, too.
He does. But otherwise,
But yeah.
he was easily married by re-election if he gets elected.
Sure, for sure. But yeah, he could slide. He could slide.
I thought he was married. He's not married.
No. This marriage cheats us. Congratulations.
Well, the Don Hickle, little last name, hopefully that helps tricks.
I would not be surprised if Trump doesn't float amnesty or a new path to citizenship before the midterm.
Of course you would. I remember years. Of course you would be surprised. Amnesty? You would not be surprised if Donald Trump floats amnesty. Amnesty.
He's a complete whore. Whenever it's gonna boost him, they don't care.
They don't care this.
He's got the capital to do it.
No, he doesn't.
All that they have spent on him, the spectacles and the freaking windows and arresting people in schools, he would then do a 180 and then offer people amnesty? It's
Or
possible.
just combine the two
Combine them.
and make it super confusing in areas where he has strong immigration enforcement support. Keep pumping out those crazy border patrol TikToks, and in areas where you got a lot of Latinos that don't like the policy, start pumping out. We're gonna do a path to citizenship.
Like a DACA.
Green cards.
Like a DACA.
Yeah, something for Dreamer. He's. I'm talking. Yeah, man, because he's a whore for whatever interest will get you to vote for.
He's not gonna be up for election again.
So like give them amnesty to get the vote and then deport them.
Wait, if they can vote, how could they be deported?
He said combine.
If they can be deported, how can they vote?
He said they combine the two.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, Manville. That's the second dumbest thing I've heard today.
What was the dumbest today?
Yeah. Where did they get over from? That was the dumbest. But after you've completely shattered the trust among the Venezuelans and the Cubans and the Latino men across the country to then come back and piss off the remaining part of his base by offering amnesty, that just seems, it's absurd.
Wait, where are you getting the Cubans and the Venezuelans feeling betrayed here?
They're all in Virginia.
So that's Pew Research, yeah. So I just mentioned Pew Research just released data on the feelings of Latinos about their place in the United States, Trump's second-term policies, and also the economy. They feel actually historically pessimistic about their integration into the fabric of American society.
Cubans everywhere or Cubans in Miami? And because with Venezuelans, the recent immigrants, not so much, but the historic Venezuelan migrant population has been extremely anti-communist and is extremely pissed off at the Venezuelan regime, they're the reason that they're here and had their businesses and their livelihoods stolen from them.
And also, but also, right, their family members that had TPS, that TPS has been revoked. A lot of those people have also been scooped up by ICE, but also the Venezuelans make up a fairly small proportion. We had a conversation about this maybe a couple months ago. They make up actually a pretty small percentage of the electorate. And
the other thing about what you said was that Trump didn't proclaim that shit all he wants. Right? If Mamdani can make promises and get a vote out for things that he has no control over as mayor of New York and can only make suggestions that are money to get done, Trump can pick that up from Donald Trump. He was copying him.
Now you're comparing a mayor, so you're comparing what a mayor did in a D plus 40 to the national environment, which is looking like it could be anywhere from D plus 10 to D plus 15.
You think that nationally we're at D plus 15?
I said, well, it could be anywhere between. That's where we've been this year. It's been about D plus 12 to D plus 13. Have you been following the elections? It's okay, brother, just say yeah. Have you been following the elections?
The only election I've been following is that I saw the Democrat won in Miami.
Okay. So there was a special House from Georgia the other day. Democrats flipped it. Trump won the district by 12. 12. Back in November, Mississippi Democrats flipped seats so that Republicans no longer have the supermajority. Democrats in Georgia, for the first time in 25 years, won statewide offices at the state level. And I think 98.59% of all counties that voted on November 4th or whatever it was moved to the left. You got to follow the elections, brother. A race that people thought Jack Ciattarelli, as Matt would call him, could win, including Karl Rove, who is very good, including people like Karl Rove on TV, not just him, Scott Presser and others, lost by 15 points in New Jersey. Remember, people thought New Jersey could go Republican because they have had Republican governors. And in fact, no Democrat, in fact, I don't think anybody had won the same party 3 times in a row in over 60 years.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, I gotta follow politics, man. It's really interesting. And we can have better combos. So like that should be the price of it. I was like, man, I gotta do a commercial. Maybe that's the price of admission. Since nobody wants to pay anybody, nobody has to. Just follow it a little bit more so we can go to the next level of the convo. So me, Kimberly, Matt, and your mama don't have to give rudimentary lessons on politics, contemporary and historical, every fucking day to have an adult conversation.
What was the turnout on these?
Oh, hold on. She won the most votes in the history of New Jersey from Democrats.
Yeah, most
What's going on?
So historic turnouts. Yeah. Mamdani, that turnout, I believe, was the second highest in decades. The Virginia race was a wash. It's pretty good turnout. I will also say, like, going to turnout is
talking my mouthful.
That's fair. What would the turnout have anything to do with anything?
Well, the turnout increasing would be a promising sign for Democrats. And
really votes in New Jersey. It's not just the turnout being remarkable, it's the margin of victory being remarkable. What was it, 13? 12? 15. Yeah.
That margin of victory in a race where Republican turnout was low would not be as alarming as a race where Republican turnout was high. So if the Republican turnout was so high and they still won by that margin, that's an even better sign for us.
So if Republican turnout was low. Oh, so you're saying it's either great or super great. Okay, that's fair. I didn't know you were going to. Okay, that's fair. Turnout also tells things of how excited you are for elections. It's how likely to vote for the next election. Do you approve the things? Okay, that's fair. Okay, so to be fair, then the memo was saying the Democrats either did great or really great. There you go. Next thing you know, someone will get data and they'll say, how many people were polled? What's the sample size? That's it. Then you went to a statistics class on Clubhouse and got more than a fucking beat. I got people who say that. What's the sample size? And he said, what's p-value mean? I have no idea. What's delta mean? What's the sample size? That's all I can say.
I mean, people on Clubhouse can't even get past per capita.
That's true. What's fascinating about some of these races, from Chitterelli to the mayor's race in Miami, Trump endorsed these people. These weren't like they were just Republicans. He endorsed them. The race in Tennessee 7, Matt ended up winning by what, 9?
Yeah, 9. That then outperformed by 12 points.
Yeah. Here goes Robert again. People on Clubhouse is all here. We'll ask Robert to come up and explain per capita. This man just has to be in here, and all he can do is just comment on people on stage and never participate. We'll have Robert come up and explain per capita. Oh my God, Robert. Oh my God, Robert Brookings. He said people on Clubhouse don't understand per capita either. He said people on Clubhouse is you, so we'll let him explain it to us.
That's a different Robert.
Robert Brookings.
I thought you meant Robert Supreme. Supreme was always on the stage.
No. This guy never comes on stage. He always has something to say in the chat. So we'll let him come up and explain per capita too.
Come on up, Robert.
Yes, I'm looking at Tennessee 7, so it was plus 9, and
it would have been a lot. I mean, I won't say that we would have gotten to Trump plus 20. We probably could have gotten to Trump plus 18. But what I want to say is when you look at the data, and obviously this is still different because we have something that's called the partisan voter index, which is understanding that political also they write about. But I'm not going to break down because I'm not a teacher. But when you look at that, when you set that aside, if you just have her baseline of performance of 12 points and you put that on the board with 2024 data, Diggs would have then potentially won a Senate race in Florida, Texas, Iowa, Alaska, Ohio, North Carolina, and Maine. So what's going on? If they replicate just that next year.
are we done with Mando? Because I don't want to be a party pooper. I am concerned about what happens after the Section 2 of the VRA gets overturned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll have any effect on the midterms because they usually, get their decisions in June and July.
Right.
So I don't think they can redraw districts. Maybe they have a couple weeks.
No, I'm not talking about midterms. I'm really talking about 2028 and beyond.
Yeah, Democrats are going to have to respond by doing pay norm. I'm sure you can tell us about RUCA. They're going to have to squeeze out in New York, New Jersey, and Northern Republicans. If they're going to get rid of 15 Southern Black Democrats, they need to squeeze out Republicans in the North.
More in California. You have to get rid of the one in Oregon. You have to get rid of at least 2 in Washington, 3 in Colorado. It's doable. Get rid of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, the Supreme Court said that he could do it. So they could do it. They need to do it. They need to change they need to work within their law. If that requires, I think the law requires there has to be an election in between, and then there might be maybe a public question. I think it has to go through the legislature. The governor signs off. Kathy Hochul will be the governor. She'll sign off. That alone will ensure a re-election. They're not going to bring in Stefanik or the other guys that try to put that alone. And look, that's what they have to do. And they need to say that's what they're doing.
Yeah. And if Benson wins governor and they get their trifecta back in both Wisconsin and in Michigan, do the same thing there. You have liberal Supreme Court justices in Wisconsin. So, I mean, they're already going to court over a redraw, and the liberal justices gave them 2 panels of liberal justices, 3 each panel, that are going to be looking at potentially at these cases and then potentially recommending a map. The ledge and the state refused to agree with Evers on a map that everyone can agree on. They'll draw the liberal justices. So, yeah, and like I said, you get the trifecta in Wisconsin next year, right? And if we also get a trifecta again in Michigan, I mean, we can absolutely respond. Republicans can get rid of the voting rights act. It's fine. We can fuck.
Yeah, hold on, man. So, Robert, why don't you explain per capita to the dummies like us? That's what I thought. Old dummy. Nothing to say. Go ahead, Matt.
So I was so there's the winning part. Okay, I totally believe that things can be shifted around to win. But there's also the respecting the rights and privileges of citizenship for Black Americans part that also concerns me, right? Like the elimination of Black representatives like that. That's a bummer.
I agree, it sucks, but I mean, what are we going to do? We have a Republican nightmare on the Supreme Court, and unless they're too pussy to have Thomas and Alito retire before the midterms, and we somehow eke out a victory in the Senate and block any potential Republican garbage on the court. I mean, what are we really going to do about this? Nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to promise, though, this is where these retarded people wanted us to go. We're here. Nothing we can do about it at this point except scream and complain, fight back, redistrict, and pretty much, well, these people like Ruben Gallego, who I agree with, this is going to suck. However, Democrats actually are favored to benefit from the VRA eventually because of all the dummy manders the Republicans have in some of these states they've already overly gerrymandered. So as soon as they do this, sure, you're going to have safe seats in certain areas, but in others you won't. So it will create new swing districts. So yeah, I mean, when you look at the data, Democrats actually would benefit from it. Republicans will benefit from it temporarily, sure, but we'll continue to redraw state by state, probably well into the 2030s. Whenever we are going to have to redraw anyway in 2030 for 2032. And yeah, Democrats will potentially benefit, but that's going to be on them. Yeah, and then 2032, unless Democrats was build more houses, then we have an issue, sure. But we're just talking about what we look at now, how we look at dummy manders, how each state has overly gerrymandered, and how they'll respond by trying to pretty much just eliminate these quote-unquote VRA protected seats. I mean, I forgot which site broke it down because I read all that. I was kind of laughing at it. I know Ruben Gallego, he kind of quoted them. He was talking about it. He was like, Democrats actually would gain about, I don't know, it gives them about 5 point, I would say it gives them probably about 5-ish seats that they would have if the VR wasn't overturned. So it just pretty much makes the House obviously do or die all the time, sure. Very, very close all the time, sure. But it doesn't make it impossible for Democrats to win it.
What happens to the numbers if instead of persons in the state being counted, only voting U.S. citizens are counted in the census?
I can do this.
Does it change the calculation in favor of the Republicans? I think it does.
Bruce Meyer.
Doesn't the Constitution say that?
Yes, all persons.
Okay.
This is a madhouse. I'm not here to tell you.
The strict constructionists seem to be very liberal on what constitutes a person or a U.S. person.
And it's also very conservative.
If I'm talking about they're very liberal on what constitutes a person or U.S. person. What does that mean? Who stated that?
The Constitution states it.
It does not say all citizens in the Constitution. It doesn't. Mandel, now you were right about persons. What did it say in persons? What's the apportionment clause say? Let's have high school 101 with MAGA
Eastboro again. We know Robert couldn't do it, but back when he was in school anyway, they didn't have high schools for Negroes, so we knew he stopped his education in 7th grade. Go ahead. Look how dumb Robert is. I'm not bringing a lady into it. You'll do it to my wife. You're too old. She don't want no old, but she might want your Medicare. She don't want you looking like Brady. Okay, again, did they have high school? Hold on, man. Did they have high schools for the Negroes when you were in high school? You're on stage, ODN. Come off mute. ODN, you on stage. Come off mute. Look down the inshore and come off mute. Come on, ODN. This dude always is talking about me. He had every day listening to me. Back channels, first lady. MAGA votes got me blocked. I didn't have him blocked, and I friended him so first lady could see it. We had the per capita thing, and he's like, oh, that's y'all. So you come up and tell us what per capita is. Did they have per capita? What's a lot? Look, he won't come off mute. What's a lot? Is first lady, are you here? That's exactly what happened. Well, our friend ODN. Robert is so old that when he was high school age, they didn't have high schools for blacks in Mississippi. They had to send him to the north.
You said Robert was in the
ODN, what was the Great Migration like? Did you take your fried chicken wrapped in newspaper in a brown paper bag? And did you sit, which car did you sit in, the Jim Crow car? That's what I thought. This dude is always talking on people on the stage. He contributes nothing. All he does is criticize people. Come on, ODN. All he does is criticize people. Go get your other rooms because you can't get numbers. I don't give a fuck about numbers. And when I did my rooms, I had 150 people in there too. ODN. You go do a room. They can hear what people sound like doing Jim Crow. Let me grab packs and all high blind. All he's gonna do is come over here and look at the Washington saying that with a hat in the heart. The Negro can become also one with the club of the own. That's what I thought. You back channel first lady and say I had you blocked. I didn't have you blocked. And I friended you to prove I didn't have you blocked. That's what happened. ODN. Come on, ODN. What's going on, ODN? You know what I'm saying, bro? Cool, chill conversation. Mandel comes on stage, who's a white supremacist and a racist, and says something dumb. We're gonna drag him, and he'll leave. ODN. Motherfuckers on the stage and talking in the chat. I don't know how to come off mute yet. Looking like motherfucking Hulk from Driving Miss Daisy. Y'all go back to the room, you nothing. Look at mine. She's another one. People, again, I'm allowed to get insulted, but ODN, I gotta come on. Why I gotta be a big fuck him? In fact, let me read the back channel. He said, let me read the back channel. Hold on. This is what ODN said yesterday. Good morning, First Lady. I believe that Goat MAGA kicked me out of Patty's room yesterday and may have blocked me because I can't now find her room. Has he now taken over her room and is in control of her space? But other people can't call people dumb? The people I was calling dumb were the people that was cutting me off saying dumb stuff. Again, like you're dumb. Why don't you come up and tell us about the apportionment clause? When they made it, you were one of the 3/5 of a person. That's how old you are. Motherfucker was around before the 14th Amendment. Come on, ODN. Tell us what it was like to be 3/5 counted in the census in 1840 and 1850. What was it like to hear Henry Highland Garnett in person? Was Frederick Douglass's afro really that nappy as it looks on some of the daguerreotypes? Is it true that Sojourner Truth oftentimes spoke Dutch when she spoke? Come on, ODN, tell us what it was like. Got you. Now he's talking about people's wives. You don't know if I'm married.
T. Washington. I was really sad when I found out he's like, was he really like 5'7"? Like that?
I think if he talks, you'll find out that he's not black, so he's not able to actually.
No, but he's
Cover.
He is. It's just insane. Maya, all jazzy, everybody. I'm allowed to be insulted. They can call us dumb, but we can't say nothing to them. What was it like at the Atlanta Cotton Exposition? Did they give out free bags of cotton? Did they bring back trauma for when you used to pick cotton in Alabama in 1858? What was that like? Yeah, come on. Tell us what it looked like when Abe Randolph rejected your Pullman Porter application. Why couldn't you be a porter, bro? Tell us what it looked like when Eisenhower ran a federal highway through your bedroom. Did you take your stick you played stickball with over in Canarsie? Or did it get lost in the rubble, see? I'm the clown. But you talking about me in the chat. Let me read again what you wrote the first lady since you said I was lying. Hold on a second. Let me read it again. One second. Read it again. One second. Good morning, First Lady. I believe that Goat/MAGA kicked me out of Patty's room yesterday and may have blocked me because I can't find the room now. I can't find her room now. Has he now taken control over her room and is in control of her space? 3 minutes later, I had put in the chat that you all are dumb after he kept calling people dumb and saying that he was smart. So can he call people dumb but other people can't call people dumb? I wrote, I don't have him blocked. I asked her on the stage, I said, give her a thing. His profile, because you weren't on my block list. She put it in, and then I said, I followed him to show that I don't have him blocked. You're the clown, not my first lady. How's she your first lady? That lady don't like you? Lady don't know you? You don't talk to that lady? Not my first lady. Niggas in a fucking virtual relationship with somebody online that don't know them from here or there. Make your ass and she don't want your social security check, sir. She does not want to sit at the casino and punch the button on the slot on the slot machine for 8 hours a day, sir. It's not what she's interested in, sir. So stay your dumb, old, dumb nigga ass in the goo and not have any insight, evidence, interesting to say about what we're talking about and enjoy way on in the vomitorium. Look that up. Were you alive in ancient Rome too? Were you the African slave boy they called Scipio who swept up the vomitoriums?
Not too much on Scipio Africanus. I'm just saying.
Yeah, if anyone else, but you come up, bro. Come up. Mr. Big Stuff.
Personally, I just think it's rude.
This motherfucker is so old that if he came on stage to speak, he would break his hip. He'd break his hip coming on a club. That's how old he is. Look at him crashing in the chat. That's all he can do is crash in the chat. He need to go on his medicine cabinet and check his cuff. His pressure probably 140/90. Don't forget to take your insulin shot tonight, Unc. Sorry, Stu, do you think?
I was just saying, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that this nobody head ass nigga thinks that it matters that people blocked him out the room when my famous, very, which blocked out the room for a fucking year. And these motherfuckers think they can just back channel you, and all of a sudden, this is crazy. I'm sorry, but no, these first ladies should not be this accessible to you. One, two.
My first lady, he called her. Not my first lady.
Else, because you don't actually participate, then shut the fuck up. If you don't want to be in the goo, stay in the goo and stay silent.
Person when it comes to my insults. I put a name on it. I take headshots. Like, what the fuck? I'm not passive aggressive in that regard whatsoever, which is why I'm calling you out. You make these leaps and bounds and you think that you're protected in the chat, but whatever, you're small potatoes. Matt, with your goofy ass, you literally said that people don't like to follow the law because they're not law abiding. And then when I give you 5 examples of your precious Donald IRS every fucking year, you know why? Because I pay my taxes. And just because I bitched about it, don't you dare compare me to Donald J. Trump, who's been breaking the fucking law for decades. You want to go back to his dad?
like chewing up the fucking potential for human life that is her egg, be fucking punished for murder? Or do you think it's okay to flush out a fucking fetus in the same way it is okay to flush out a fucking egg when no woman has her period? Just because the man is fucking idiot.
Sid is funny. I'm glad he didn't get him.
See nothing.
Yeah, what about
So that you know what the most beautiful thing
So, Crow, you said you backdoored your way. Yeah,
You can have a shit, relationship and a piece of shit man, a piece of shit woman. You never tell that to your kids. That's your shit. If my daughter sees her dad as Prince Charming and that's her king, let her see him that way. Just because he was a shitty husband to you and partner doesn't mean, aside from him trying to be a good father. I feel like a lot of sadly but truly close friends of mine do that all the time. They bash on each other. And it's like, don't fucking do that. That's the worst fucking thing you can do. Let them create independently their own relationship with that parent.
It's easier said than done.
My bad for the sounds. I was feeding my animals.
Chickens and cows. It's like you okay, baby?
Excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefit in all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying, without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the tail. The excellence of a residence is in the place that of the mind is in abysmal stillness, that associations is in. There being with the virtuous, that of government is in its securing good order, and of affairs is in its ability. Now the issue of any movement is in its timeliness and does not wrinkle, does not wrinkle. Heaven is long, enduring, and earth continues long. The reason why heaven and earth are able to endure and continue thus long is because they do not live or for themselves. This is how they are able to continue and endure. Therefore, the sage puts his own person last, and yet it is found in the foremost place. He treats his person as if it were fallen to him, yet that person is preserved. Is it not because he has no personal and private ends that therefore heaven is long endure. Heaven and earth are able to endure and continue thus long is because